Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely on tonight's council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we are able to truly practice the disciplines and principles of democracy. What a great reminder of the diversity we embrace as a business and residential community. As we move into the agenda again, thank you for everyone for joining us tonight in person or viewing on the website, Facebook, YouTube, or city cable. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of council meeting if you wish to comment. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda and consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting or entered into the speakers list according to the items listed on the card. Those submitted after the meeting starts are not. You are able to still speak once the list has been exhausted. You will have up to 1 minute. This is in item 7 area, oral communications. 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered, allowing up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings, which we do not have any tonight, will be 2 minutes per speaker. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have up to another 15 minutes for oral communications, number 2, which will also allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during this entire council meeting. Next is the flag salute and invocation by Councilman Kaji and Councilwoman Kalani, respectively.
Lord, we thank you this evening for the opportunity to gather to make decisions for the benefit of each and every one of us. Guide us so that we listen with open hearts and we make decisions with clear minds that are fair and just. Bless us all and let us all join together in remembering that we do live in a wonderful place, protected by wonderful people, and in a city that is just great. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you both. Moving on to item 3 on the agenda. City Clerk, can I get a report on the posting of the agenda?
Yes, Your Honor. The agenda was posted on Tuesday, October 4th, with a revised agenda posted on Thursday, October 6th.
I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparrian, City Manager. We are withdrawing item 9E. City Manager approved side letter agreement between Torrance Firefighter Association and management regarding longevity pay and vacation accruals. There are supplemental materials for item 6G, proclamation declaring October 2022 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. 6H, City Manager update from South Bay Workforce Investment Board. 6I, City Clerk appoint members to fill unscheduled vacancies on the Civil Service Commission. Item 7, oral communications. Item 8B, Commission on Aging and Community Services, accept and file 2021-2022 Commission on Aging Annual Report. 8G, from City Manager and Human Resources, approve proposed class specification for Police Services Administrator. 8H, Police, approve 22 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Application. 9A, City Manager, consider discontinuation of membership in League of California Cities. And lastly, 9B, City Manager, select and appoint chairs and members to City Council committees. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to seek City Council concurrence to direct staff to bring back an item to develop criteria to make unsolicited offers to potential property acquisitions for city-related projects. Thank you. Next, another item. In September, several of my colleagues and I attended the California League of Cities Conference in Long Beach. One of the sessions I attended was entitled CalPERS, Continuing on the Path to Sustainable Pensions. I asked the question of Mr. David Takarts, the Assistant Division Chief, Stakeholder Relations from CalPERS, whether the fund invests in local municipalities. Mr. Takarts responded by referencing a 2016 bill, Assembly Bill 2348, which would have allowed for such investments, but vetoed by then Governor Brown. Assuming that there would not be a conflict of interest by the fund reinvesting in local member municipal infrastructure projects, I believe that reinvestment would be mutually beneficial to CalPERS' return. This could help in advancing infrastructure projects and thousands of additional infrastructure-related jobs throughout the state. I would like to seek council concurrence to direct staff to return with an item providing an overview of Assembly Bill 2348, and if approved, direct staff to work with our local state legislative delegation to reintroduce the bill that previously enjoyed bipartisan approach or support prior to it being forwarded to the former governor. Thank you.
I think that goes next is Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. On September 28, 2022, the Transportation Committee met to discuss current and upcoming projects relating to public transportation in the city of Torrance and the South Bay region. The committee will bring an item to the City Council meeting on October 25th, 2022, to accept and file the meeting report on September 28th, 2022. Also direct staff to submit a letter reaffirming the City of Torrance's support for the use of the existing right-of-way for the C line, or also known as the Green Extension, to Torrance, and request that the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority Board considers an underground train as an option. Tonight, I ask that you join the City of Torrance in supporting our preference to keep the passenger rail on Metro's right-of-way. Add your name to our online form by visiting torranceca.gov/C-line. That's in, not C as in SEE, but as in the letter C, line. So torranceca.gov/C-line to affirm your support. Staff will be passing out flyers where you can also scan the QR code to affirm your support for the Metro's right-of-way alignment. Also, due to the increase of flight trainings taking place at the Torrance Airport, I would like to ask for City Council concurrence to direct staff to bring back a future City Council meeting an ordinance to impose a temporary moratorium on additional flight schools. Do I have concurrence? Yes.
I was just curious if that would be covered under our future plan discussion on the airport issues coming up. It would not?
I don't think that was part of, the reason I brought it back is because I didn't feel that it was part of that discussion. Thank you. Also, I was surprised to to know that, to find out that we don't really have much for dogs in our, even though I don't personally have a dog, we don't have much dogs. So I would like to read this request for concurrence as well. City of Torrance Parks welcomes all dog owners to enjoy the open space while having their pets on a leash. Pets should be leashed at no more than 6 feet. And Tradera Park is the only park location offering an off-leash dog run. I would like to explore adding additional off-leash dog runs or off-leash dog parks within existing park spaces without violating existing park rules. I'm seeking council concurrence to direct staff to research options for off-leash parks in the city of Torrance, further present findings to the Parks and Recreations Commission with their recommendations. Finally, present their recommendation at a future meeting of the city council for consideration. Do I have concurrence? Thank you. That's all I got. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I believe Councilman Shake, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. At the September 13th City Council meeting, staff was directed to return in 60 days with an update on the progress made on a proposal submitted by the Skyline property owner to avoid the adoption of a mobile home park rent stabilization ordinance. I'd like to seek City Council concurrence to direct staff to also bring back the rent stabilization ordinance ready for adoption under the same item for the council's reconsideration with the following amendments to it. Number one, limit the annual rent increase to 4% plus the total rate of inflation, or 10%, whichever is lower. And number two, allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold, transferred, or conveyed to a new owner. Do we have a concurrent?
How many thumbs ups do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you got concurrence.
Thank you. I also like to seek City Council concurrence on direct staff to research opportunities to utilize existing open space resources as a method of generating revenue for the city. Staff should consider a partnership with County of LA as well as independent event promoters to increase culture diversity events at our many park spaces and our beach. I'd like to request that this item be referred to staff for research and be presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission with their recommendation being presented at a future meeting to the City Council for consideration. Thank you.
All right. City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. The general election will be held on Tuesday, November 8th. Torrance residents will be voting on state measures on the November 8th ballot. The Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk mailed out sample ballot pamphlets last week, and vote-by-mail ballots were mailed out beginning October 10th. As the elections official for the City of Torrance, part of my duties are voter outreach and education. I am hosting the Torrance League of Women Voters Pros and Cons of the Ballot Measures Forum this Thursday, October 13th from 7 to 9 p.m. in the Toyota Meeting Hall. It's free and open to the public. For those who are unable to attend, City Cable will be taping the forum. A link is posted on the city's election webpage. Also, the Office of the City Clerk invites those interested in receiving notification of the City Council or Commission agenda postings or any other city events to sign up for e-notify on the city's webpage at torrance.gov/I-want-2/sign-up-4-e-notification. By entering your name and email address and selecting Agendas Council under the Calendar section, you opt into receiving an email notification after the City Council agenda has been posted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 6, Community Matters. I will come down to the podium. Okay, Item 6, proclamation declaring October 2022 as Make a Difference Day in the city of Torrance. We have, I think I'm going to start out with the council will start reading. I think we have to assign. Councilman Kaji?
Whereas, as the nation seeks to move past the challenges of recent years, many have taken the initiative to make a difference for the betterment of this world, and
Whereas connecting with other community members and working together through volunteer service can bridge the differences that needlessly separate people and is an investment in the future we all must share. And
Whereas we, the American people, have a tradition of philanthropy and volunteerism and step forward together on the fourth Saturday of October each year to make a difference in society. And
Whereas, in celebration of this event, millions of self-sacrificing individuals have touched and enhanced the lives of millions on this annual day of charitable work, and their collective efforts have grown over the years to include people from all walks of life, young and old, families, cities and communities large and small. And
Whereas, whether it is for betterment of society, humanity, or the environment, people become united when they become together for change. And
Whereas the City of Torrance invites the community to enhance and improve the Madrono Marsh Preserve by joining a native species planting volunteer project on Saturday, October the 22nd, 2022, from 8:30 a.m. until 12 noon, as part of the nation's largest day of community service.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim October 22nd, 2022 as Make a Difference Day in the City of Torrance, and encourage all citizens to observe this day by connecting with friends, fellow employees, relatives, and with religious, school, and civic groups to engage in projects benefiting their community. Signed this 11th day of October, 2022. Coming to accept this proclamation is Park Service Manager Tracy Drake. Are you here? Tracy, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and public. It is an honor to stand here, and it's an honor to have been here for so many years to accept this proclamation for making a difference. It is truly a time when families can get together, volunteer at the preserve, and make projects that really make a difference. It also is a time when we create really wonderful memories. I can remember a time when Mr. Griffiths was down in the sump, all the way up to his elbows in mud, clearing tules, so that we could prepare a pad to put new pumps in there. And so that work that he did all those years ago, was about 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, has made a difference. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you so much. So it is a wonderful time to create memories and to make a difference for the environment, to be able to put in native plants at this time when the environment needs us so very much, to assist for pollinators and to create outdoor space that people enjoy and plants and animals enjoy too. So thank you so much for this opportunity and declaring this day. We should hold it up.
Yeah. Thank you, Tracy. Moving on to proclamation declaring October 9th through 15, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Torrance. Councilman Kaji.
whereas the City of Torrance is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting Torrance, and whereas home fires caused 2,580 civilian deaths in the United States in year 2020, and fire departments in the United States responded to 356,500 home fires, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are where people are at greatest risk to fire. And whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire, in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas the men and women of the Torrance Fire Department are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire deaths and injuries through prevention and proper education. And whereas Torrance residents who are responsive to public education measures and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas the 2022 Fire Prevention Week theme, Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape, actively serves to remind us that we need to take personal steps to increase our safety from fires.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim October 9th through 15th, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Torrance. And I encourage all people of the community to be aware of their surroundings, seek ways to prevent home fires, and in the event of a fire or other emergencies, be able to respond. When you hear the smoke alarm sounds, respond by exiting the building immediately and support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Torrance Fire and Emergency Medical Service during Fire Prevention Week. Signed this 11th day of October 2022. Ellery Sanders, would you come and take this proclamation on behalf of the fire department? And if you have a few words, you got the mic.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Council members, and the public. I appreciate, on behalf of Torrance Fire Department, we all appreciate this proclamation. Thank you for accepting this. NFPA, I will give a brief history on what that is exactly and what that means, not only to us as the Torrance Fire Department, but also all fire departments around the United States and also outside of the United States. So NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Association, which was established in 1922. Guess what? 100-year anniversary marks this day. So this means a lot not only to us, but also to our youth. So in the month of October, we also teach our youth, and for 5th graders, bat training. What is bat training? Basic aid training. On the leadership of our fire chief and also our fire marshal, we continuously educate our community, let alone have the relationship with Torrance Unified School District on bat training. What do we teach? Basic aid training on classifications on different burns, what to do for first aid, and also, more importantly, on what we talked about in Proclamation, planning your escape, and listening to smoke alarms and fire alarms. So by reiterating that education to our youth, they take that back home, tell their parents, plan their escape, and just in case there is a fire, right, we as Torrance Fire Department and as well as Torrance Police Department will respond, and any other resources will respond to all of the homes, any type of education that they had previously, and hopefully everybody will be out safely. So thank you once again. We appreciate you all.
Super. Thank you, Hillary.
All right, thank you.
We're just going to get behind you as a fullback and follow. All right.
Oh, sorry. I'll do it like that. Excellent.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
6C is a proclamation to announce November 6th through the 12th as Military Veterans Appreciation Week here in the City of Torrance. I'd like to call up to the podium the Chair of Torrance Social Service Commissioner, Torrance Social Service Commission, William Reynolds, along with fellow Commissioners Cindy Scotto and Debbie Bickford, who are all here to accept the proclamation. Well, at first, I'll let Councilman Matucci read it first. But you can come up. I already called you up, so you might as well just, call up and we'll let him read it. That's right.
All right. Whereas Veterans Day is for all those who have served in the armed forces and protected our nation's freedoms. Veterans Day continues to be observed on November 11th, regardless of what day of the week it falls on. And whereas the restoration and the observance of Veterans Day to November 11th not only preserves the historical significance of the date, but helps focus attention on the important purpose of the holiday, a celebration to honor America's veterans for their patriotism, love of country, and the willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. And whereas the Torrance community celebrates and honors those who serve and have served in our community through a variety of programs, including the Armed Forces Day Celebration and Parade, the Hometown Heroes Military Banner Recognition Program, the Veterans Memorial Wall, and the Torrance Historical Society Names on the Wall of Remembrance. And whereas the City of Torrance Social Services Commission's powers and duties include making recommendations to the City Council on Veterans Affairs and encouraging the Torrance community to recognize the valor and sacrifice of our veterans through participating in commemorative and celebratory activities in the community. And whereas the City of Torrance, through the Social Services Commission, wishes to recognize our American patriots who have stepped forward to serve our country and defend our way of life. And whereas the 2022 Veterans Day recognition event will take place on October 21st, 2022. In addition, during this week of November 6th through November 12th, a virtual Veterans Appreciation event will be celebrated virtually. And whereas Torrance appreciates and admires the thousands of men and women in the Torrance residential and business community who have served in the armed forces to protect and preserve their country and the freedoms enjoyed by all Americans.
That was a long one. Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim November 6th through 12th, 2022, Military Veterans Appreciation Week in the City of Torrance, signed this day, 11th day of October, 2022.
On behalf of the Social Services Commission, thank you, Mayor Chen, and members of the City Council, for this proclamation declaring November 6 through 12 as Military Veterans Appreciation Week in the City of Torrance. Our commission works with 4 populations: veterans, homeless, adults with developmental disabilities, and youth with special needs. This proclamation is an important part of the work we do, recognizing the men and women who have bravely served our country for the common good. Joining me tonight are Commissioners Cindy Scotto and Debbie Bickford, who will share with the community 2 events to help recognize our veterans. Commissioner Bickford.
Thank you. I would like to cordially invite all veterans in the community to attend Veterans Appreciation Luncheon and Resource Fair on Friday, October the 21st at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We invite veterans to RSVP for this event no later than October the 14th at Social Services Commission at torrance.gov or call 310-618-5880. Space is limited, so we do encourage all to RSVP. Thank you.
And in addition to the in-person veterans event that is taking place on October 21st, during the week of November 6th through November 12th, a Veterans Appreciation event will be celebrated virtually.
Thank you again for this proclamation recognizing our military veterans.
All right, let's get this proclamation. I just want to make sure I thank you first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You need
Thank you. As a matter of fact, you 3 probably should be in the middle here, and I'm going to stand on your side here. It's better that way.
You're the boss.
Thank you very much for all these years. Now moving on to 6E as an echo, proclamation declaring October 2022 as National Arts and Humanities Month in the city of Torrance.
Are we
Councilman Sheikh, I think that's you.
Are you?
You got the whole thing.
Yes, I'm already, but I think we're skipping 6D.
Ah.
Need to Delta, 6 Delta. I'm not gonna do both.
Okay. You could do 6E, and then we'll come back, and someone else will do 6 Delta then.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Whereas National Arts and Humanities Month is a collective recognition of the importance of culture in America, and whereas National Arts and Humanities Month was launched by Americans for the arts more than 30 years ago as National Arts Week in honor of 20th anniversary of the National Endowment for the Arts and National Endowment for the Humanities. In 1993, it was reestablished by Americans for the Arts and National Arts Partners as a month-long celebration. And whereas this recognition focuses on equitable access to the arts at local, state, and national levels, encourages individuals, organizations, and diverse communities to participate in the arts, allows the governments and businesses to show their support of the arts, and raises public awareness about the positive impact of the arts and humanities in our communities and lives. And whereas the Cultural Arts Commission will carry this message to the community at the 44th Annual Excellence in Arts Awards, as they celebrate and recognize the positive impact on individuals within the community for their creative and cultural contribution to the Torrance community. And whereas this year marks the 23rd anniversary season of the Torrance Theater Company, as well as the 44th year of fine arts exhibits held at the Torrance Arts Museum, formerly known as the Jocelyn Center for Arts. And whereas hundreds of cultural activities and events can be enjoyed throughout the year thanks to the organizations like the City's Cultural Arts Commission, the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, Arts Council of Torrance, the Friends of the Torrance Theater Company, the Torrance Arts Museum, advocates the Torrance Performing Arts Consortium, Destination Art, and the Torrance Craftsmen Guild, who work to empower our community with resources and support necessary to provide access to the arts for all.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as National Arts and Humanities Month in the City of Torrance, and invite the citizens of this community to attend exhibitions and performances and take advantage of the myriad of learning opportunities and entertainment available at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center, the Downtown Theater, and other venues throughout the City of Torrance. Signed this 11th day of October 2022. Michelle Perry. You have a few words?
Just a few. On behalf of the Torrance Cultural Arts Commission, I wanted to say thank you to the mayor, the council, City of Torrance employees, and really all of the City of Torrance. We're one of the most fortunate cities around when you take a look at the arts that we have to offer. And I'm not just talking legacy arts, traditional arts, or even cultural arts, but all arts. There's so much around us that we can take advantage from. As he mentioned, we've got the theater, we've got Toca, we've got 67 years of Torrance Rose Float going into the Pasadena Tournament of Roses, which is an art. There are students that design that float, and it's artistry that goes into it. We have years and years of art classes that we've given to students that have benefited people that feel they have nothing else in life. They have an art that they can give and that they can share and they can live by. So I just want to say thank you so much on behalf of the commission for dedicating the month of October for our arts and humanities. And I hope that we can continue to support more and more throughout the next coming years. Thank you.
Anyone else making comments? If not, all right, if we're gonna take a photo. Okay, I think, maybe we'll even this one out a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Good. All right.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to 6F as in Foxtrot. The
you wanna go to-
proclamation will be.
Mayor, did you want to go to Delta? 6 Delta?
I think 6 Delta, we will come back. That is, I don't think, which one? Ah. Let me see. Okay,
I believe Kalani was going to read that one.
got it. Okay, we'll go 6 Delta. Councilwoman Kalani, National Breast Cancer Awareness.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Lewis and I are wearing our pink patch shirts that we're proudly wearing from the Torrance. Oh, we're standing?
I guess I'm modeling, right?
Proudly wearing them from the Torrance Fire Department in recognition of National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And we've both been touched in our lives by this just terrible disease. So whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we stand with the courageous women and men who have been diagnosed with breast cancer and honor those who have lost their battle to this terrible disease. And whereas cancer touches so many families across the country, including ours, it is up to all of us to continue fighting for a cure and to ensure that every American has access to the quality care they need. And whereas early detection is one of the most important strategies for treating breast cancer successfully, and regular screenings are the most reliable way to detect it early. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted many parts of our lives and has produced new deficiencies in breast cancer early detection, so there is a renewed urgency to get these recommended screenings scheduled before a cancer has spread and becomes less treatable. And whereas while we observe National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we are united in our commitment to ending breast cancer and improving the lives of all those affected by this illness. We applaud the advocates, medical professionals, researchers, and caregivers who dedicate their lives to making progress towards cures. And whereas the city encourages everyone to maintain their scheduled screenings, doctor appointments, and treatments immediately. And
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Torrance and stand in solidarity with breast cancer survivors across the country and those medical professionals providing quality care and support. For more information on breast cancer, visit the National Cancer Institute website, www.cancer.gov/breast. Signed this 11th day, October 2022. Now I know why I didn't do that earlier, because there's no proclamation recipient, so I was supposed to be back there. So now we'll go to 6 Foxtrot. This is proclamation declaring October 2022 as Rideshare Month in the City of Torrance. So 6 Foxtrot is Councilman Griffith, if I got this correct. Will you please?
You got it correct. Whereas the City of Torrance is promoting alternative modes of transportation as a means to reduce traffic congestion and air pollution, and whereas the city recognizes transportation choices, including carpooling, vanpooling, taking the bus, walking, or biking to reduce road congestion while preserving air quality and improving personal health. And whereas a variety of promotional activities are conducted by the city to promote ride sharing, such as biannual drawings, the Health and Rideshare Fair, and Bike to Work Day. And whereas the city has an approved employee trip reduction plan and a climate action plan, both of which support the city's rideshare promotion efforts. And whereas ride sharing helps commuters reduce trip costs to get to work on time and contributes to decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas the City of Torrance Rideshare and Torrance Transit has proclaimed the month of October 22 as Rideshare Month. And whereas the City Council wishes to encourage all people who work and live in the city to carpool, vanpool, ride the bus, walk, or bicycle for their commute to and from work.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Rideshare Month in the City of Torrance and encourage all residents and employees to increase their awareness of the benefits of ride sharing and commuting by using alternate methods of transportation. Signed this 11th day of October 2022. And this proclamation be accepted by Ryan Plum and Jill Crump. Are you here? And you could take the podium and share some words with us.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Jill Crump, Community Development Department. Just a thank you to our residents, members of the community, and our employees here in all departments who commute to their workplace by ride sharing, taking our transit, walking, biking. They truly make a positive impact on reducing congestion and improving our air quality. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Mayor Chen. Members of the council, Ryan Plum, Transit Department. As everyone knows, utilizing public transit is a highly effective and economical form of ride sharing. Every single occupancy vehicle that we take off the roads helps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, fuel consumption, and traffic congestion on our streets. Therefore, Torrance Transit is proud to once again do our part to help support and promote ride sharing. Thank you.
All right, so I think I'm going to put Jill in the middle. Oh, okay. It evens out the picture a little bit better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. We have a lot of items today. I think the next one go to 6J, as in Jack. A proclamation declaring.
We missed G.
Yes. Yeah, I am skipping around. I'm just doing all the ones that I need to take a photo down here. That was the original plan. That's why I'm not going alphabetical order. There's a method is madness here sometimes. 6J as in Jack, proclamation declaring 10:20 a.m. October 2022 as the Great California Shakeout in the City of Torrance. Councilman Kaji, you want to start us off?
Whereas the City of Torrance recognizes that no community is immune from natural hazards, whether it be earthquake, wildfire, flood, winter storms, drought, heat wave, or dam failure, and recognizes the importance of enhancing its ability to withstand natural hazards, as well as the importance of reducing the human suffering, property damage, interruption of public services, and economic losses caused by those hazards. And
whereas major earthquakes pose a particular significant and ongoing threat to the entire city, the city has a responsibility to promote earthquake preparedness internally as well as with the public and plan appropriately for earthquake-related disasters. And whereas the protection of city employees will allow them to facilitate the continuity of government and assist the public following a major earthquake event. And
whereas community resiliency to earthquakes and other disasters depends on the preparedness levels of all stakeholders in the community, individuals, families, schools, community organizations, faith-based organizations, nonprofit businesses, and government. And
whereas by participating in the Great California Shakeout on October 20th, 2022, the City of Torrance has the opportunity to join and support all Californians in strengthening community and regional resiliency. And
whereas, by supporting the Great California Shakeout, the City of Torrance can utilize the information on www.shakeout.org/California to educate its residents regarding actions to protect life and property, including mitigating structural and non-structural hazards, and participating in earthquake drills. And
whereas by registering at www.shakeout.org/California, everyone can participate in the Shakeout Drop, Cover, and Hold On earthquake drill on October 20th at 10:20 a.m. and encourage the public, schools, businesses, and other community stakeholders to also register.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby support and encourage all to register and participate in the Great California Shakeout in the City of Torrance on October 20, 2022, signed this 11th day of October 2022. I believe Enrique Day is coming. Unique, got it, my bad. Unique, have some words?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Unique Day, Emergency Services Coordinator here with the city. The city will be participating in the Great California Shakeout on 10/20 at 10:20 a.m. We will also be working with the Torrance Amateur Radio Association to test our communication redundancies at the Zamperini Airport. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry for the bad
It's okay.
pronunciation.
I'm used to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, you got one more for me to stay up here. Is 6K, proclamation declaring October 2022 as Italian American Heritage Month in the City of Torrance. Do we have an Italian council member here?
I think so. Yeah.
All right, Councilman
I'll
Tucci.
volunteer.
Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Torrance's Italian-American community has contributed greatly to the cultural fabric and demographic landscape of this diverse city since its earliest days. And whereas during Italian-American Heritage Month, the rich heritage of Americans of Italian descent is recognized and their immeasurable contributions to the nation are celebrated. And whereas every year the President of the United States signs an executive order designating the month of October as National Italian-American Heritage Month. The proclamation is in recognition of the many achievements, contributions, and successes of Americans of Italian descent, as well as Italians in America. And whereas, for generations, Italians and Italian-Americans have played an integral role in the story of Los Angeles. Today, the Greater Los Angeles region is home to the 5th largest Italian population in the country. And whereas, including the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, which has held a local presence in Torrance for over 73 years, and is a national organization of men and women who represent the estimated 26 million Americans of Italian heritage, dedicated to promoting the culture, traditions, language, legacy of ancestors, and contributions to the U.S. and the world during the month of October and throughout the year.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Italian American Heritage Month in the City of Torrance, and encourage the community to support this month in honor of the Italian American heritage and culture. Signed this 11th day of October 2022. We are pleased to be able to have the following members of the Order Sons of Italy in attendance this evening. I'd like them to come up as I call out their name. Steve Guthrie, current president. Annette Porter, former president. John Barbera, member. Natalia Barbara, member. Bob Chioda, member. Irma Chioda, member. Please step. Oh, I did not get the other name. Okay. Vicky? Vicky, please come up. Are any of you going to speak on the mic? Sure.
Thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity, City Council. The proclamation is wonderful. Being Italian American, it is. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, then let's bring you here for a picture. And maybe some of you could come on this side.
Council Matucci should join them.
Yeah, come on down.
Come on. That's part. Good idea.
I'll be supporting Kat. I'll throw myself in here. Is that okay? How are you guys?
All right.
I gotta suck it in.
Me too.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I was, but I'm gonna have to rejoin.
Thank you.
We have to take care of that.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I think I'm done with the photos. I believe that takes us to item 6G as in golf. Proclamation for Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Councilwoman Lewis, I believe that's you?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. Whereas the City of Torrance recognizes this has a vital role in identifying, protecting, and responding to cyber threats that may have a significant impact on our residents and our collective security and privacy, and whereas critical infrastructure sectors are increasingly reliant on information systems and technology to conduct business, engage in commerce, access information, communicate, and provide essential services, and whereas cyber threats continue to increase and the impact of cyber attacks has been debilitating to individuals and organizations, and whereas the Stop, Think, Connect campaign has been designed as the national public awareness campaign implemented through a coalition of private companies, nonprofit, and government organizations, as well as academic institutions working together to increase the public's understanding of cyber threats and empowering all Americans to better protect themselves from phishing, viruses, malware, financial loss, and loss of sensitive data. And whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which we all have a critical role to play in making ourselves aware of cyber threats and cybersecurity essentials and adopt industry best practices that will improve the security of the City of Torrance, its residents, local businesses, and economy. And whereas the City of Torrance has developed an effort to promote good cyber practices through guidance and resources and will promote innovation, strengthen cybersecurity investment, and enhance the resilience across all sectors.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim October 2022 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in the City of Torrance and officially support the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month and the National Public Awareness Campaign Stop, think, connect. We call upon all employees, residents, visitors of Torrance to become educated about cybersecurity and put that knowledge into practice to keep our connected community safe from cyber threats. Signed this 11th day of October 2022. City Clerk, I think I am on 6H, correct? All right, so now 6H, update from the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and the public. Thank you for having me today to address you regarding the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. For those that may not be familiar with us, we provide workforce services to the city and the residents and the businesses, and we do it at no cost. And it's somewhat of a formal relationship by joint powers agreement. And we do this for the entire South Bay. So today I am here to provide you with an oral report on our fourth quarter summary. We've been up to a lot of things, and it's been quite a while since I've been here because of COVID, but we've normally come down here after every quarter to give you an update, and we also provide you a hard copy of all of our activities as well. So on next slide, please. What I'd like to point out is a few things that we've done. El Camino College, we've got a great partnership with them right now where we are enrolling some of their students in their machinist program into a pre-apprenticeship, and then we work with Northrop, and those students get hired by Northrop, and we also enroll them into an apprenticeship program. So they start off as pre-apprentices and end up with jobs at Northrop. We've done a lot of work with youth and adults and enrolled them in various workforce programs, including 12 individuals from Torrance in a statewide national dislocated worker grant, 22 adults and 27 youth enrolled in other employment programs that we have. And also back to El Camino College, we did a 450 one-on-one sessions with students, conducted 11 workshops, hosted 2 large hiring events, and provided 219 job leads and 27 students in securing employment or apprenticeships. We also, as a system, at our 4 one-stop centers in the South Bay have seen over 65,000 people come through our doors, and at our one-stop center in downtown Torrance at 1220 in Gracie Avenue, we've seen 13,000 people come through our doors. They come in for a variety of things, including unemployment benefits. Next slide, please. Regarding Torrance businesses, we work really closely with Fran Fulton and the Economic Development Department of the city, and a lot of our referrals come from that office. Some of the businesses here I work with personally that I wanted to point out: Aurora Seating, Sanjay Murthy and his wife Minal. I'm sure many of you might know them. They are working with us on apprenticeship designs, training plans. One of them in particular is aircraft interior design and upholstery. They do a lot of manufacturing of furniture and upholstery of different designs on furniture and in this case aircraft. Another company, Aerovant, they do parts for satellites and aircraft, and they're going to be participating in a program called Employment Training Panel. And what that is a program that allows us to reimburse the employer a portion of wages when they do employee training to upskill their people. So in addition to the Workforce Board helping people get jobs, we also help businesses with offsetting some of their costs to train their employees. Stellant is another large company with over 400 employees in Torrance, and they are working with us on youth programs. The Airplane Factory, 35 people work there. They're also working on our Employment Training Panel program. We're providing on-the-job training where it's a reimbursement of wages, and 13 people there are also going to enter into our apprenticeship program. Bauckham America, they're a bioscience company. We have another apprenticeship called BioFlex. They have apprentices in that program and also enrolled their employees in the ETP program. And Telesense is another company that does they manufacture these small little portable weather stations for the military, and we're talking to them about participating in our programs. And Landy Rinso and Lisi Aerospace, it goes on and on. Those are just the companies I'm working with, and our one-stop center also has job developers that are outreaching to the public and those businesses as well. Next slide, please. Some of the additional services we do, the temporary housing village here at the city, the 3290 program you might know it as, and also your homeless court or assisting with your justice program. So what the Workforce Board does is partner with your city staff. We're all really excited about this program because it's finally taking off, and we're providing coordinated classroom training for the homeless, resume building, job leads. We're providing paid work experience to them up to 120 hours and sometimes more, and some other direct hiring, job fairs. So there's a lot of different things we're doing with you on that. So it's a lot of partners involved, and we're handling the workforce piece. Rapid response and layoff aversion programs. This is a program where we assist business that might be struggling. Fran Fulton and our team and some others go down to the businesses, and we try to figure out how we can accommodate them or turn things around. And so we've had a lot of success with that program. And also the layoff aversion program allows us to provide funding to the companies to upskill their labor force as well. And then we have a program called the Allied Health Consortium, which is a program with 13 community colleges in the region, including El Camino College. And we're talking to them about healthcare training and how they can upskill their, how they can help hospitals upskill their workers, and how they can make sure their programs are meeting the demands of industry. And also participate on the Torrance Tech Committee and assisting a lot of those companies as well with various things I've been talking about here. And next slide, please. Some of the grants we've been getting. Quite a lot. A lot of it, actually the Workforce Board itself has a budget of nearly $55 million, and we at any given time have about 45 different grants we're working on. But a couple in particular in relationship to apprenticeship includes a grant for $2 million we got from California, another one for almost $6 million from the Department of Labor. We're a contractor for El Camino in a variety of categories, and this one it's about $100,000 for an IT Flex grant, which one of the apprenticeships we're working on is cybersecurity. The Irvine Foundation grant is a unique one where we're helping women get into advanced manufacturing, and of course the Employment Training Panel grant I mentioned before. Next slide. November 3rd, we're having our annual awards event, and this time it's back at the Torrance Marriott. It's actually starts at 6 p.m., and I want to thank the mayor for being there to offer the welcome message. Really appreciate that, and invite all of the rest of you to come to this event. We will be honoring at least 2 Torrance businesses and probably 3 of our Torrance participants. So it's also a very nice event to attend. Next slide. I think that is it. And one final comment, just if you're watching here, the public, feel free to call us. There's our number on the screen, 310-970-7700, and happy to help. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the update, and for those of my colleagues who is in town, who has not reserved or sent in their RSVP for the event on November 3rd, please do. Now we're going on to item 6I, City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is the recommendation of the City Clerk that City Council take action to fill the 2 unscheduled vacancies on the Civil Service Commission by appointing 2 members from the 5 qualified applicants that have been verified as registered voters in the City of Torrance and have completed commission certification training. If an applicant was a current seated commissioner, they have also been verified as completing Ethics AB 1234 training and non-supervisory harassment prevention training. The appointment process will be as follows. Applicants in attendance will be asked to stand up as their name is called. I requested that the mayor take these two terms one at a time. So the mayor will call nominations from the council for the term ending in 2024 first. If a council member wishes to nominate, they will request to speak and the mayor will acknowledge them. Council members may nominate one applicant. Once an applicant has been nominated, they do not need to be nominated a second time. Council members may choose to concur with the applicant that has already been nominated or remain silent. After nominations are closed, mayor will request a roll call vote. Council members will state the name of the applicant they are voting for. To be appointed, the applicant must receive a majority of votes per the City Council Rules of Order, Section 4.8. After conclusion of this appointment, then the mayor will call for nominations for the term ending in 2023. Now I will call the names of the applicants to stand, and then I'll turn the process over to you, Mayor. Elise Imamura has indicated she was unable to attend tonight. Julie Koha, Laura Lonis, Shaminda Ricky Manbahal, Lawrence Markey. Your Honor, I turn it over to you.
Thank you for all those who's applied. I believe most of us have had the opportunity to interview, should you wish, all the applicants. I will now take on nominations from the council for the term ending 2024. And please remember, if the nomination is already, if you concur the nomination, you could just pass. We're not taking votes now. We're just taking nominations for the seat ending 2024. And
I have a question, sir.
yes,
Do we need to designate for the opportunity to speak 15 minutes public comment?
no, not for this one. Right. This is when we're in the next section. This is still
Okay.
item 6.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want to click in for a nomination, click in and I will call on you. Councilwoman Kalani,
Thank you, Mayor. Julie Kojas.
Councilman Sheikh,
Ms. Laura Lones,
do we have any other nominees? Councilman Kaji,
Mr. Mambahal.
Councilman Griffiths,
Thank you. It's not a nomination. It's just a question. This is for the longer appointment that expires June 30th, just to be clear.
correct.
2024.
2024. We'll do it separately for the shorter appointment.
And I am confused. I thought this was to have public comment. Was that not required under commission appointments?
The public can comment on commission appointments.
Thank you.
Okay, any other nominations? If that's the case, we'll go to public comments. 1 minute per person. I don't know if anyone has requested, City Clerk?
No one signed up prior to the meeting.
Okay. Please step up.
Hi, this is Porchop. Hello, everyone. I was a little disappointed when I was reading that you redo this process, and instead of making it more transparent, you even took out the questions. Have you been, so did you commit any crime, how you call it, convicted of a crime? So, in the last meetings we had people kicked out because they forgot to put on the expunged conviction, or we have commissioners who serving as a convicted whatever, DUI driver. But I just would like to point you out one thing. I don't have nothing with this Mr. Kambahal, but he quit working. He gave up a $350,000 job. Who would quit a $350,000 job if he did not do nothing wrong. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, not. I'll bring it back up to the city council for any more nominations. Okay, city clerk, I believe this is the 3 nominations we have. Each person gets 1 vote, is that correct?
Yes, 1 vote. Councilmember Griffith,
Yes, for the longer term, I would vote for Ms. Loans.
Councilmember Kaji,
Mr. Mamo.
Councilmember Kalani,
Ms. Cohos.
Councilmember Lewis,
Ms. Lonis.
Councilmember Matucci,
Ms. Cohos?
Councilmember Shake,
Ms. Lones,
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Mongbahal.
No applicant has received the majority vote. Ms. Lones has received 3 votes. And the other 2 have received.
Okay, then that means we will start round 2 once again. At this moment, I would say we'll keep the same nominations.
1 moment, Your Honor. Okay. Councilmember Kaji,
Mr. Mamo.
Councilmember Kalani,
Ms. Laura Lones.
Councilmember Lewis,
Laura Lonis.
Councilmember Matucci,
Ms. Cohos?
Councilmember Shake,
Ms. Laura Lones,
Councilmember Griffith,
Ms. Lones.
Mayor Chen.
Julie Colas.
Okay, Laura Lonis has received 4 votes.
Congratulations for your appointment, Ms. Lonis. I think we're gonna go to the next appointment before the city clerk calls up for the swearing in.
Yeah.
Now we'll go around. This will be the appointment for the seat that expires June 2023. Now we'll open up for nominations. Councilwoman Kalani.
Julie Cohos.
Councilman Shake.
Mr. Markey Jr.,
Councilman Kaji.
Mr. Mamo.
Any more nominations from the council? I'll go to the public for public comments. I don't see any, so City Clerk, I believe we can start the vote now.
Councilmember Kalani,
Cohos.
Councilmember Lewis,
Cohos.
Councilmember Matucci,
Mongbahal?
Councilmember Shake,
Mr. Markey,
Councilmember Griffith,
Ms. Coas,
Councilmember Kaji,
Mr. Mahal.
Mayor Chen.
Ms. Cohas.
Your Honor, Ms. Cohas has received 4 votes.
All right. Thank you all who applied, and I appreciate it. Now I would like to ask Ms. Lonis
Oh.
and,
May we have a motion to approve the 2 appointments, please?
let's take a motion to approve the 2 appointees, Ms. Lonis and Ms. Cohas.
So moved.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to ask Ms. Lonis and Ms. Cohas to step to the podium to swear in their commission.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Julie Coas,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America
the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of
to the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California.
the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties upon
which
I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Please print your name at the top and sign.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ms. Lonis and Ms. Cohas.
Okay. Okay. I think I need to switch. I think you're this one. Congratulations.
We're now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posted, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications 1 or oral communications 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cellular phone when you come to the podium to speak. If presenting handout, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk. It's now 8:02. City clerk?
Mary Ann?
I invite you to ride share your way to make a difference day. Once you arrive, you can create a civilian oversight committee, an independent one, to oversee the Torrance Police Department as a way to engage in that project of making a difference with the community. Fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew Concannon, fire Brian Kawamoto. create an independent civilian oversight commission. And I'll just stare at you for a while.
Audrey?
So I was chatting last night with Nuri Martinez. Nuri says, I know I have to resign, but where will I go that I won't be chased away? Where will they accept me? Where can I go with my anti-blackness and my anti-LGBT remarks and my anti-poverty and my anti-tenant attitude? And I said, Torrance, you will be so at home in this community that refuses to fire racist cops that do graffiti and make anti-Semitic remarks, that refuses to fire its killer cops that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, that refuses to establish a police commission. You'll be right at home there, Nuri, so get ready for some competition for city council.
Achille?
That was great, Dr. I appreciate that. My name is Achille. I'm with Black Lives Matter LA. And this morning I testified before the city council about demanding the resignation of 3 city council members for their anti-blackness. And I come here and you all not only exemplify and epitomize that same anti-blackness and same racism, but you all have done nothing about it, and you know it. 1/3 of your police force is under investigation. You've paid more in millions in damages, and yet you do nothing. The difference between what we are seeing happening and being played out in Los Angeles and here in Torrance, and I like that comment that Audrey made, is that at least there is a significant understanding that there is anti-blackness and racism. Except in Torrance, you all haven't come to grips with that yet. As a matter of fact, one of the things I enjoy and look forward to is coming down and reminding you about how racist and anti-black you are.
Julia?
Hi, I'm a teacher here, and I've had a long day of teaching 6th grade kids, and still I have to sit through Make a Difference Day, when every single week we come here to ask you to please fire the cops who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I hope you understand how just thin and shallow these things feel when you are not taking care of the people who come here and who live in your city. What is wrong with you people? I am so tired. I don't want to be here anymore. I just don't understand how you can sit back and watch as these officers continue. It's what, 30% of your police force? It's like freaking 13, 15 people sending racist messages back and forth. I don't understand how you see what is going on in LA as any different than what has gone on for years here.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Sarah?
Again, more of just new city council members. You've now joined the bad legacy of your forebears and doing nothing. You have all of you here, you have a racist police department. You've had Steve Bannon come here to give a conference. I'm sure some of you were probably there listening to him there and applauding him. Again, you pretend to care about all these things in Torrance. You've made October the month of 5 different things I don't even know I'm supposed to celebrate. But it's been 9 months since the racist text scandal has been revealed. You've done nothing. Those police, they talked about killing black kids and putting them in coffins, and you do nothing. You've done 0 things, but Jeremiah's still over there looking at police cameras, and there's still always a drone outside when we come here for city council meetings. You've done nothing. You haven't even made a police accountability month, but you still want more money. Your JAG grant that you had last year.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Sherry?
You're going to be taking in Sherry's time soon, ma'am.
Okay, I was just struck by the opening where you were talking about the community service and the warmness of what's going on in this community, and and I just am just struck by the hypocrisy of it all, that your actions, you speak all these words, but your actions don't match at all. You need to fire the cops that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and get a police oversight committee. And it just boggles my mind how you have all this warmness that you talk about, and it does not exist in this community. And I wonder how you talk to your own children, if you have children, about kindness and generosity and forgiveness, and you don't take care of what's going on in your own community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe Buck.
My name is Joe Buck. I have been a resident of the hillside for 39 years. In connection with your further consideration in 2 weeks of the appeal of the denial of a permit to construct a 2-story house at 139 Via Alameda, I submit a letter to you tonight written in 2007 by Phil Sweet, in which he expresses his regret at having consented to the construction of a 2-story house at, I think it's 121 Via Alameda, next to his home. Among other things, he points out that looking at the silhouette, he had not comprehended the magnitude of the effects upon his property of the construction of the massive 2-story house on the property next to his. His letter describes some of these effects. As you are probably aware, the house at 121 Via Alameda is the only 2-story house on the entire block for which a permit was issued following the adoption of the Hillside Ordinance in 1985. Thank you.
No one else signed up prior to the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll open up to those who have not signed up. You're still 1 minute when you come up.
Good evening. I'd first like to acknowledge Indigenous Peoples Month in the state, and to acknowledge that we're here on violently stolen land of the Gabrielino Tongva, who continue to resist oppression, thrive, and steward the land where they are able. I also stand in solidarity with Sister Sherilyn Haynes, seeking justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, her only son, who was killed within 15 seconds of TPD rolling up on him. So, as you've heard, it's the same. Fire the officers who are involved, Concanon, Chavez, and Kawamoto. Also fire all the officers involved in the text thread of anti-black racism, queerphobia, and anti-Semitic threats and disgusting things. Also, please create a civilian oversight committee that will be for accountability and keep citizens safe.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, this is Pork Chop again. I would just like have a shout out for Mr. Serna, who retired from our fire department, and he's a very busy guy. He has ambitions, so he has a new job, and that's very good for you guys because you want to get out of LA County, right? So he got a new job in San Bernardino or San Bernardino County. Now, remember, Torrance is number 4 from the bottom, and San Bernardino number 1 for the bottom. So he can help you reach the goals of San Bernardino. And by the way, they're gonna get out of California, and they're gonna have a separate state, the Empire State. So this is the time to join them.
Anyone else? Okay, we're now moving on to item 8, consent calendar. Any council member wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to request that we pull 8 Charlie and 8 Delta, 8C, 8D.
Any other items? If not, I'll take a motion to accept and approve all items except item 8C and 8D.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're on item 8 Charlie, Commission on Aging. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff, and I also want to especially thank the Commission on Aging for their work that they did on this item to recognize I always have trouble with this word, the centenarians in our city, those who've turned 100 years old. This is an item that I requested back in July, and I think it's well overdue that we recognize these very unique and special residents of our city. And I really just wanted to thank staff for putting together a really marvelous program to do that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Does that mean you want to make a motion?
And I will make the motion then, if there's nothing else on that, to concur with the recommendation of the Commission on Aging and the Community Services Director.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're on item 8D as in Delta. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. This is another item that I'd requested to come forward almost a year ago about historic preservation in our city. Something that's, to me, it's very important, and I think it should be to the residents of our city. Once we lose the history in our city, it's gone forever, and that's part of the reason why we made an attempt at developing we did develop a historic preservation ordinance. However, I don't feel that ordinance is adequate to do anything for us, and that's why I sent this back to staff and the Historic Preservation Commission to look at it. And I am pleased with the results that they've come back with, which really indicates that our city is woefully educated about how historic preservation works, the pros and cons, and what options are available to the residents to do any level of historic preservation. And it's my understanding that now after, when was this our original historic preservation ordinance passed? In 2017? 2019? I can't remember.
I think it was 2019.
2019. And so in all those years, we've yet to have any effort from any resident or group to actually take advantage of the historic preservation ordinance that we have in place. And I certainly hope now with a new council that maybe this new council is much more amenable to the benefits and importance of protecting historic properties in our city. And so the recommendation that the commission came back with is to conduct a public outreach and education program, which I'm fully in support of, which clearly needs to be done. And I was wondering if staff could expand on that a little bit on what the plans might be for doing that.
Yes, Your Honor. Greg Loden, Community Development. What we've actually begun doing already is working with our cable communications office to help us develop this program. We're looking at announcements via social media, also building a better relationship with the Torrance Historic Society as well as the OTNA. And what we're hoping to do is culminate in some in-person events such as the City Yard Open House, where we can actually go out into the public and introduce the topic and really explain it more directly to folks that may not know that it exists, or provide further information for those that know about it but aren't really sure about it. One other aspect is we'd like to point out that we have received our first application for landmark status, and we are bringing that to the commission on October 20th of this month.
I heard that as well. I'm really excited to see that happen. Actually, I have a personal interest in something outside of Torrance. I own a property in unincorporated LA County, and LA County's recently introduced a historic preservation program as well, and my property happens to be in a zone that's being considered as the first historic district in unincorporated LA County. So it's a really exciting process, and I'm looking forward to seeing our historic preservation ordinances be modified to make them more functional, and B, to actually see some activity to start protecting the historic elements that we have in our city. Because today, if somebody buys a historic property, there's no protection. They can tear it down or remodel it in significant ways that would alter its historic status, and that would be a tremendous loss. And there's already been many, many losses in our city of historic properties. And I also want to more specifically mention one of the items that is in our ordinance that really prevents our ordinance from functioning, and at least as far as creating historic districts, and that is that the requirement for a district being under consideration to require 100% consent. I can guarantee no historic district will ever be formed with the requirement of 100% consent, unless it's a district of 2 or 3 homes that are all working together. The cities that I've watched and been involved with very closely, including the LA County, which I mentioned previously, and also the city of Pasadena, which has had a tremendously successful historic district program, their requirement is only for a 50% consent level. And I think that's the direction that we should be looking at, and hopefully in our education process we'll explain why that's not a horrible thing to be concerned about. So I wanted to make those comments. I wanted to thank staff for doing all this. And I want to also urge them, I know that comments were made in here to come back to council, after it goes back to the Historic Preservation Commission. I sure hope it comes back to council maybe by the end of 2023. I'd love to see this happen before I'm off of council. And I know that it's not all about me, but I feel a little bit like I'm a champion for historic preservation in our city, and I'd certainly like to have a part of seeing it become successful. So that would be my requests, and otherwise I fully support this, and thank again the staff for all the efforts on this. And my colleagues have any comments, I'd love to hear those as well.
Any comments from the council?
Hearing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion then to concur with the recommendation of Community Development Director on this item.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I saw a hand of public. I just want to let you know that public comments during item 7 included consent calendar. That's why there was no public comment on this there's a request to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute recess, okay? Let's take a 5-minute recess. It's 8:24. Just returned from recess, and we're moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A, from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carlos Huizar with the City Manager's Office. Today we're presenting an item that was requested by Councilman Griffiths, consideration for discontinuation of membership in the League of California Cities. Just want to give you a kind of a brief overview of the League of California Cities, or Cal Cities for short. The City of Torrance has been a member of Cal Cities since its incorporation. Cal Cities has been in formation since the late 1800s. And the goal of Cal Cities initially, is to kind of create a consortium of California officials to kind of come together, share ideas, best practices, and talk about, current events and issues that affect all California cities. As part of a Cal Cities member, the City of Torrance is able to have access to certain resources that's provided by Cal Cities, including but not limited to information and tools designed to solve municipal problems and challenges, opportunities to work with other cities to protect local interests in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., avenues to obtain recognition through training, seminars, and award programs, savings and solutions programs offered through the National League of California Cities Business Partners, database of best practices and solutions, access to a weekly newsletter, and legal advocacy within Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Cal Cities' mission and vision statement, as found on their website, is our mission is to expand and protect local control for cities through education, advocacy, to enhance the quality of life for all Californians. Our vision is to be recognized and respected as the leading advocate for the common interests of California cities. Like California's League of California Cities, the City of Torrance is also members of other organizations, including the Independent Cities Associations, South Bay Council of Governments, SCAG, or the Southern California Council of Governments. And we also do have legislative consultants, both at the state and federal level, that provide similar resources. For this fiscal year, or for 2022, annual membership dues for Cal Cities that the City of Torrance paid for Cal Cities is $32,122. And then there's a separate Cal Cities LA County Division fee of $1,443.75, with a combined total of $33,565.75. Should your honorable body elect to discontinue the Cal Cities membership, just note that our membership will remain active for the rest of the renewal term, and essentially we would not renew at the time when it's due for renewal. And then should we not continue the membership, the city would just have to rely with our other organizations that we currently hold memberships with. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Carlos. The first question I just want to clarify. I believe every year we come before the council for a yes/no vote for each of the membership organizations. What you're saying is, regardless of which decision we make tonight, we're going to take it back up again next year, or I just want
Mayor, Adam Chaparro, City Manager, it's based in our base budget, unless there's a request to reconsider any of our memberships. We typically renew it as part of our annual.
Okay, because I knew there was an agenda item earlier this year before. I think we went through every organization.
Yes.
We did an up and down vote for each of them.
From time to time, we're asked to bring back an item as a matter of review, and we can do that. Otherwise, we assume we maintain our membership to the various organizations as listed in this item.
Okay, well, we'll let this discussion carry on to see if we want to bring that up for next year, because since Carlos already said we already paid the full year, that's what triggered that. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff for bringing this back at my request last month. Last month was also the month that we had our participated, a lot of us, I think almost all of us actually, participated in the League's conference here in Long Beach. And but before I get to talking about my details of why I want to make this recommendation, I want to recognize a few people in the audience that are important. Mr. Elise Sajas Taj is the current president of Cal Cities, and I want to acknowledge his presence. And also Jeff Kiernan, who is the Cal Cities LA Division rep, are both here today. I've known both of you for at least 8+ years now, and I respect both of you a lot. And I want you to know that anything I say tonight about at Cal Cities is nothing personal, nor reflects anything about either one of you. But thank you for taking the time to come out, and I'm sorry you've had to wait so long for this item to come up. So I'll go on with the comments that I have on this item. Cities, have the opportunity to join organizations, not out of any obligation, but from the hope that the city will benefit from its participation in exchange for paying an annual dues or membership fee. And we as the council are the ultimate deciders of whether we feel that we're getting a proper return on our taxpayer-funded investment. Membership in Cal Cities currently costs, as the staff just said, costs the city almost $35,000 per year. And so the question is are we getting value from that investment? And is there anything that we can't get elsewhere? As I think certainly our council knows, we're members of many, many different organizations that provide similar, not equal, different capacities to the league. And we get a lot of information from those. In fact, sometimes we have, in the past, opted out of different organizations and opted back in. In fact, when I started on the council 8 years ago, we opted out of independent cities. And just recently, earlier this year, we opted back in. So these are things that are not permanent. We can decide to join them if we're feeling like we're getting value, or we can leave them if we feel like we're not. So the question I ask is, what would we really lose by not renewing our membership? One of the things that most people say, oh, well, I won't be able to go to the events, which is something I know our council has always participated in. But as I've seen, most of the league events that are offered offer a non-member rate, which is just several $100s more than the member rate. We still have to pay as members to go to these events. So it's a small upcharge to attend these events, even as non-members. I personally have attended league conferences at almost every opportunity over the past 8 years. And in fact, even if we choose to withdraw from our participation in membership with the league, I would plan to continue to do so. Because I do find value in attending those conferences, and that's why I've attended them over the years. I've worked closely with the league staff, including our LA rep Jeff Kiernan, and key staff members of the league in Sacramento, including Melanie Prawn and Jason Ryan, specifically in the housing area. And I've known the current new president, Ali, for many, many years as well, prior to him becoming president of the league. As staff mentioned in their introduction, the simple mission statement of the league, and I really can't emphasize this enough, is our mission is to expand and protect local control for cities through education and advocacy to enhance the quality of life for all Californians. And this is the primary reason why I feel that the league has failed in their mission, in their advocacy, in their mission statement. Because in about 2 years ago, as a result of issues and bills that were coming to us from Sacramento, forcing us to make changes to our housing zoning and those issues, I formed a group called California Cities for Local Control. And I've reached out to the league over these past 2 years, and Jeff is well aware of that. I've spoke to him right shortly after I started that organization, and expressed my disappointment then at the league's lack of effort in fighting these bad bills that are attacking our city's local control. In fact, many of the over 530 locally elected officials who have signed on in support of our group's mission to protect local control were calling out for a boycott over a year and a half ago of the league over the lack of effort that the league has shown in fighting these bad bills coming from Sacramento. But I, in fact, via California Cities for Local Control, made the decision not to support a boycott of the league at that time, as Jeff is well aware. I expressed to him that I would prefer to work with the league and give them the opportunity to show that the league is, in fact, willing to stand behind their mission statement, and basically putting them on notice, though, that if we didn't see any progress, that I would change my stand against if they didn't change their stance as far as the support or opposition to these bad bills, then I would feel that we could change our opinion on whether we choose to boycott the league as far as their failure of supporting local control. And now, almost 2 years later, and no significant improvement in their protection of local control, and the most recent fiasco, which is documented in the item here in Long Beach, I and many other cities have said that the time is now to make a statement against the league. It's time to vote with our membership and make a statement. Stand up for your mission statement to protect local control, which is so important to our city and our council and as a community. Sacramento continues its onslaught of bills, continuing to remove our ability to manage our own cities. Dropping our membership in the league is not a permanent decision. If we find that we are losing something important that the league does for cities, or that they finally stand up and follow their own mission statement, we can rejoin the league at any time. But the time is now to make that statement, and I respectfully ask my colleagues for their support to withdraw from the league at this time. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions. Remind me of the expiration date of our current membership.
Councilmember Kalani, so for the principal Cal Cities membership, that is renewed at a fiscal year basis. So it will be ending in June 30th of 2023. And then the LA County Division membership is on an annual basis, calendar year basis, and that will expire, my understanding is December 31st of this year.
Okay, and thank you, and I really appreciate you doing all the work you've done. Could I just ask staff what the league provides for you that you couldn't receive if we were not a member?
Councilman Adam Torrance, City Manager, I'll speak from my personal experience. Being members of the league has afforded me the opportunity to, number one, attend conferences, which, as Councilman Griffith shared, is available to non-members. There's several league groups, including City Attorney's Group, Finance, Fire, City Manager. I believe there may be also law enforcement. I've also had the privilege of serving on policy committees, including Employee Relations and Public Safety. I remember our former finance director was on the Finance Committee, and we also receive legislative updates on a quarterly basis from the various league analysts in Sacramento. And we have been engaged in statewide advocacy related to issues in the past, similar to labor representation. I know there's been some areas regarding local sales tax, ability to implement sales tax measures, and the thresholds required. So we have been engaged to various degrees, as I mentioned, with the league.
Thank you. And is there any other staff members that can also articulate to how they benefit from being members?
Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Through the Community Development Department, they do actually provide analysis of some of the housing bills, especially some of the more technically challenged housing bills. They can become very convoluted. So their analysis usually are very helpful to us in helping us making a decision whether we should be supportive or oppose the bill. They're also very good about creating templates. Sometimes when these housing bills are convoluted, it becomes difficult to specify exactly how a bill, how an opposition or a supportive letter should be written. So they're very good about providing that to us. They also allow us to reach out to them when we have questions about a bill and keep us apprised of what's happening in those bills.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. As Aram mentioned, going to the league, it's really where I get my continuing education, both at the annual conference and then there's a spring conference. There's webinars as well. That being said, as Councilman Griffith said, we could still attend those. It would just be at a higher cost. incrementally. And then the one thing that they do produce is the municipal law handbook, where city attorneys from around the state get together and put together this amazing book that is actually quoted by courts now. So it's been developed over the years. I was lucky enough to serve both as a reviewer and an editor of a chapter in the past. And so that is a great resource. There's during COVID, they had free webinars for the city attorneys to deal with all those issues that we were dealing with, but that's been my experience with them.
Thank you. I just had another question, unless there was anyone else that wanted to comment. Okay. If we withdraw now, is there a financial benefit? Is there a refund of unused membership until the expiration date?
Council Member Kalani, my understanding is that, we've already paid the fee. We already paid the membership fee, so it would just run through till the remainder of the term. And if the council decides not to renew and to discontinue membership, we just wouldn't renew at that time.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I guess this would be more of a question I don't know if they're going to address, is I just wonder why the league didn't look more closely at the ballot measure. It's my understanding it was a pretty quick decision, not a lot of conversations. So that would, I don't know if you're able to answer to that, or may I ask that question later, Mr. Sullivan?
I think the two member Jeff and Mr. Taj has signed in that they're going to be making comments. I don't
Okay.
know if they will be answering your specific question, but they are signed in, I believe.
Okay, all right. I won't take more of people's time. Thank you, everyone, for the time.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended. I actually attended as a voting delegate. I was actually surprised about how the meeting was run, because one of the items for discussion was whether or not to bring back, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Griffith, bring back a ballot measure.
Support for a ballot measure.
Yeah, support of bringing back a ballot measure. And the vote that was taken was to whether or not have discussion about that particular item. And I thought it was kind of strange that no comment was allowed. And I just find that some of these organizations have lost sight of why they even exist. And which is sad, because a lot of cities like ours rely on these organizations for help, especially when it comes with fighting Sacramento and their heinous ways of stripping away local control. Torrance knows what Torrance wants. We don't need Sacramento telling us. And when I see organizations that we lean on a lot, this is not even a financial thing. It's $33,000. And we have hundreds of millions of dollars in the budget. It's nothing, but it's the principle. It's the principle of the whole thing. And quite honestly, we do need to take a closer look at all the organizations that we support and send them a message that you either do as you promise, or you're not going to get our money or our support. And yes, we will advocate against membership for these organizations, because they need to know that cities that support them, okay, rely on them to fight Sacramento. And I found this last meeting to be, I'll use the word disappointing. I was disappointed as to how the meeting was run. I felt that we didn't have a voice, even though we should have had a voice. We should have been heard. I think everybody that was there needed to be heard, and we weren't given that opportunity. The vote that was taken to discuss whether or not we would have a voice is, to me, not the way it should be run, not the American way. Everybody should be heard in every meeting. And so I'm going to be supporting taking away the funding, the $33,000 a year, not because of the money aspect, but because of the fact that they're not delivering on their promise that they made to the public and to the cities. And when I say public, I mean taxpayers' money. That's $33,000 that we could use for something else more productive than just the membership. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things I wanted to being the newly elected council member, I had an opportunity to attend the League of Cities convention. I do agree that the motion was not heard. I mean, it was not even discussed. That was a little unusual for me, but being for the first time, a couple of questions from the staff is, number one, do we have, as Councilman Griffith said earlier, that there are other organizations similar to that? Do we have any other organizations that represent 488 cities or anything like that?
Councilman Sheikh, if you reference attachment B, we have a summary of outside regional boards and agencies that we're part of. I think similar to those membership size, I think the Independent Cities Association would be probably the closest match. I'm not sure what their actual membership count is, but this is probably going to be somewhat closer. Another one would be Southern California Association of Governments, where this is more focused on Southern California cities, but you know, this is a broad range of members throughout the Southern California region. We're also part of the National League of Cities, which is more broader nationwide membership. And then also keep in mind that we do have both federal and state legislative consultants that are also assisting the city with legislative matters, as well as finding funding sources for some priority projects that the city is currently focusing on.
So the couple points that they're made here, for instance, these access to the following resources, like providing information and tools to solve municipal problems and challenges. Other organizations that you just mentioned earlier, they do the same thing?
Yes, so they do provide similar resources. Each organization is going to be a little bit different, so it may be a different extent, but the resources are similar.
Councilman Adam Chapayan, City Manager, if I may, the league is the largest advocacy group for local governments in California. While there are regional associations based on, for example, the SCAG is more a planning administrative body in the Southern California. We're members of the South Bay Council of Governments, again, the South Bay cities. The league is across statewide. And some of those questions may be also addressed to the representatives here to clarify the extent of the league's reach.
Great, yeah. Thank you for clarifying. I think for me, these were only, in my experience, how many years we are with it? I know that you mentioned we've been there for 20, 30, since the inception of this league.
So the League of California Cities has been basically active since the late 1800s. So they've been part of California history for quite some time. And for the city of Torrance membership, it is believed that we've been members since our incorporation.
1948.
1948.
As a charter city, I would imagine it's since then, if not earlier.
So my concern is that, unfortunately, I was not able to reach out to the representative. We were just playing phone tag. I wanted to get their take as well, and I wish we could have more time for that or brought this here for discussion first before we make a motion to discontinue that or not. Because I wanted to give the opportunity among ourselves and also to the representative to talk to us and tell us what exactly happened. And in the history of since 1948, what help they have provided us in these so many years. When I attended this event, they talked about Proposition 47, which was very important. And if we unite for all these cities and go to Sacramento with that I think, in my opinion, have more weight. Similarly, we talked about homelessness issues. There are some regional issues, and I thought they did a good job in advocating how they're going to go and address those issues. The item that we requested it was not brought to discussed publicly. It was, for me, it was shocking. I agree that at least that we should have given the opportunity. But I think the protocol is if it's not in majority, then they won't let that discussion happen. What I'm trying to say is that I need some more time to do some more due diligence before I say no to that. I request my other colleagues to have a conversation with the representatives and have probably talk to them and ask them, how can we make it more efficient? I mean, it's one or two isolated incidents. We should not decide to withdraw that. That's my take. And I also observed that in addition to the council, my colleagues, a lot of staff members were there. They were very eager. I had a lot of connection with other, it was a good opportunity for network. So these are all sounds good, and I think it's a good opportunity to meet, but I'd like to get to know more. I want to have, request my colleagues to give the opportunity to have a dialogue with them before they withdraw their membership.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask for a little clarification. I think our city manager, our CDD director, and our city attorney made some comments about some of the benefits of going to classes or events. Does that mean that if we're not a member, we would not have access to some of those tools or templates?
I don't believe so, Mayor. I'm city manager. I believe we can attend. We just have to pay the non-membership fee. It'll exclude us, the city, from being a voting member on any policy decisions. I also, we can clarify, I don't think we can serve in any of the policy committees. But again, I believe this is more of a policy decision rather than the benefits. I think we've established the benefits of league membership. I think back to Councilman Griffith's point, this is about whether or not the current procedural process or the leadership or the committee structure reflects the values of Torrance or other similar cities who've had concerns related to local control and how to go about that. I don't think the value of the league's contributions to our agency or that coordinated effort for advocacy is at hand. This is really a gesture in sending a message that other cities, I believe, have shared their concerns related to this area.
All right. Councilwoman Lewis, you have a speak?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. It's more of a procedure or process question and a request. I know we have the members of the League of Cities, and we also have the Honorable Mayor Taj here among us. And before we continue the discussion, I would like to ask my fellow council members to indulge the request that I'm going to make to hear from them, and maybe they could answer some questions that we have before we do any motion on that. And so I don't know if I ask for permission or ask if it is, if that's the right way to proceed with this, but I think it's critically important to ask some questions of our representatives in the audience before we take a vote on that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You definitely, we all have opportunity. I'm letting all the council go first, then I'll let them speak, and we can have a dialogue. Right now, I'm just allowing all the colleagues here to speak first, and we will get to that. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too was able to attend the event this year. I found many of the workshops to be very informative, but I do understand and support Councilman Griffith's position, that I believe that on behalf of the city, we do need to draw a line, and we need to, when necessary, advocate for our own city. If the push for local control isn't being magnified through the league, perhaps we need to draw this line, because I believe this may represent not just the viewpoint of the city of Torrance, but perhaps many other cities who are members, and perhaps may be feeling the same way that we do. That looking back over the last administrations in Sacramento, with the collapse of the redevelopment agencies, which impacted many of the member cities, and then recent legislation which has effectively removed local control on planning. I think we're at a point now where we are the victims. As a local government, we need to respond to these mandates from Sacramento, but we're not adequately financed or incentivized to do so. But I do also appreciate Councilwoman Lewis's comments that before we throw out the baby with the bathwater, perhaps we should consider what the effect of this line in the sand may have in bringing the representatives from the league here tonight. But I think I really do appreciate Councilmember Griffith's willingness to push this forward. So I'm looking forward to the response from our guests tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Griffith?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things that some of the comments made me think of. First of all, I want to address the issue of staff's comments about their involvement and benefits that they perceive from the league. I think most of the things that they said that they got from the league were still things that we would be able to get even if we weren't members. So I really think that I haven't really heard any specific strong issue that is something we couldn't get from the league if we were not members. We have our own lobbyists in Sacramento and in DC who can give us tremendously detailed information about bills moving forward and how we can best position ourselves, in fact, including taking positions. In fact, I have worked personally with our lobbyists in Sacramento in regards to some of the local control issues that I know from hearing my fellow colleagues here on the council. We know how important local control is. And that's really what this issue, it is really a single issue item for me, and that's why I bring this forward, is that's the mission statement of this organization, is to protect local control. And they're completely failing at it. And it's so important to us. So why would we continue to be a member of an organization that doesn't do what they say they do? And we get a lot of lip service. Every conference I go to, they talk about how much they're going to protect local control. But their actions don't match their words. And so their advocacy against these bad bills that are attacking our local control have been weak at best. And I implore my colleagues to realize the huge amount of effort that I've put in for the last 2 years with my group, California Cities for Local Control, with reaching out to every single elected official in the state of California. And I got, without any money at all, through just a small group of volunteers, over 600 elected officials to sign on in strong support of local control. In fact, many, if not most of those cities, in fact, passed resolutions at my request saying that they demand protection of local control for them. And that's the kind of advocacy that I would like to see from the league, but we haven't been able to get. And I realize it's not the staff at the league's fault. It's their board that's made up of elected officials from around the state. And that's one of the problems that I have with the fact that they're so large, they're kind of unwieldy, and their board is a little bit odd, and I don't go into specifics about that, but the fact that they represent the whole state is great, but issues in Northern California are significantly different than a lot of the issues that we face here in Southern California. And the politics of Northern California, especially in regards to local control, I've noticed that there's a big difference in support for local control, Northern California versus Southern California. And so I've put in a lot of effort with my group and talked to literally hundreds of elected officials statewide. And I know for a fact, especially after what happened in Long Beach, that many, many of those people who committed to me supporting local control through my group were really disappointed in the league and feel the same way as I do, that we need to take a stand because the league is such an important group. It represents the most cities of any other group. And for them to advocate for us, which is their mission statement, would be a huge benefit when the elected officials in Sacramento are making their laws. But if they're not getting any pushback or minimal pushback from the league that represents all of us, then they're ineffective. And that's why I feel the way I do. I want to mention another thing is that the topic of local control is something that the league hasn't really even addressed in their conferences. In fact, there was a conference in May that myself and Susan Kirsch, the founder of Catalysts for Local Control, we developed a speakers program that we were invited to participate with the league as a speaker for a session on a topic that we wanted to do. And we submitted our package to the league, and we were denied. We weren't given the opportunity to speak about why protecting local control is so important for so many people. I don't know why we weren't given a reason as to why we were denied the ability to speak, but it tells me a lot about the organization is that they don't really want to talk about it. And they talk about it in their mission statement and in their speeches, but their actions just are not matching up. And so, yes, our membership lasts for however long it lasts, but we need to make a political statement about local control today. This is such an important thing because Sacramento isn't going to wait until next year to start putting together new bills that will be affecting our local control. We need to make a statement today. I'll let the league folks have a few words. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, I just want to add that the league has had the opportunity. I think Councilman Griffith is just a small piece of the puzzle, but nonetheless, he is a piece of the puzzle, especially for Torrance. He's had plenty of conversations with the league about this, and this is the first time I actually hear that he actually put in a speaker request that was denied. I'm very disappointed. We're very disappointed with the lack of action from the league, and I just hope that tonight we don't make this about well, let's give them a second chance. Oh, let's try it out. We've already been down that road. The league unfortunately has failed us as a whole, not individuals, but as a whole, it has failed us. It has failed its membership. They're not. I mean, if you actually pull up their mission statement, it's right there, right in front of you, black and white. You just read it, and they're not delivering on their promises. So I really do hope that tonight, and unlike the way we were treated at the league, the representatives will have a voice tonight to be heard, but we weren't given that option to discuss an item. So yeah, I'm happy to hear what they have to say, but again, very disappointed. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to say that I do agree with the statements that are being made up here. However, this was my first experience going to the conference, and this was also my first experience in watching what the process was to get something into the General Assembly. Particularly an issue that is so critically important to the city. And one of the things that I always believe is we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach to any one problem, particularly in Torrance. But being this is my first experience, I have to say I found the experience deflating and disingenuous that all of these members would come together to try to get something on the ballot within the time frame, within all the requirements, and then to be struck down and not even heard out after all of the requirements were met to get it into the General Assembly. So the reason that I say this is I want to hear from, we have the new board president, and also from Cal Cities. I want to hear what happened. And not only that, I want to hear what they are committed to do to make sure not only does this not happen again on a significant ballot measure, but how are you going to make sure it doesn't happen to anything? All dues paying members to any organization, especially when you're talking about local control, needs to be heard. Because if that's not the mantra and that's not what you're going to follow, then we need to change the mission statement to reflect what's actually happening. And it's just an oxymoron to champion local control and then shut down the local control of something that met all the requirements to be on the ballot measures. So I have some questions for them, not necessarily for staff. Staff, thank you for putting that together. I've heard what, you know, the benefits and the bonuses are, but I just want to know what happened. Thank you.
I don't see any other members clicked in, so we will go to the city clerk to call out the speakers.
Allie Todd.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It really is a pleasure to be here. I don't come as just a Cal City president, but I come as a colleague, as a friend. Today, I just want to share with you one of my top priorities as a president of Cal City's legislative is to uphold the local control. And I cannot do this alone. I need your help, I need your participation. And Torrance is an integral member of Cal Cities and serves as a key voice in South Bay. Our fight is not over. It really has started just recently, and I'll specifically say about the CBTR measure that is going to be upcoming. It's a very serious measure which will take away the local control. And you're all familiar with it. It's a $30 to $40 million price tag on it.
Jeff Kiernan.
Yes, good evening. I'm Jeff Kiernan, your Regional Public Affairs Manager with the League of California Cities. I'm here to urge the City Council to remain members of Cal Cities because I believe that we can accomplish more together than apart. Cal Cities is the leading advocacy voice for cities across California, and our membership has ultimate control over our policy and the issues we focus on. There are significant legislative victories that we can discuss if we are given more time, but we are also an educational resource for city officials at every level. More than 25 individuals from Torrance have attended at least 20 different professional development conferences just since 2020, like the fire chiefs, the city attorneys, the city clerks, the finance officers, the planning commissioners, and of course our annual conference. I want to see Torrance continue with Cal Cities and be successful because I have strong personal connections to this city. I grew up nearby and both of my parents spent their entire career teaching at Torrance high schools. And I am old enough to remember when orchards and oil derricks dotted the landscape here. Mayors and council members, I hope you continue to be a part of Cal Cities and help us face the many challenges cities will need to confront in the coming years. Thank you so much. I hope we get a chance to answer some of your questions.
Do we have any other comments from the public before I bring it back up? I saw you click in. I just want to see if anyone else.
Hello again, this is Porchap. I like this one. You're going to get out of this organization because, as my mother-in-law would say it, they are useless like tits on the board. Anyhow, so I don't think this is a big amount of money, but I'm a thrifty person. My father was a cheapskate. My mother was a cheapskate. They raised me as a cheapskate. So if you don't get something out of something, don't throw your money away. So I don't think this is just like the unions. Unions were big in America, and when the labor laws changed and required every employee to adhere to the new labor laws, unions become obsolete. Except for police and fire unions. Those are different. Anyway, so please get out of this thing. It's useless, really. Thank you.
Anyone else have comments on this item in the public? Not, I'll bring it back up. Councilwoman Lewis.
I think Mr. Kiernan knows I'm coming for him.
Good evening.
Mr. Kiernan, help me to understand exactly what happened and why it happened, and I will have a follow-up question.
Of course. So this petition resolution that was brought by the Our Neighborhood Voices Coalition, it was a petition resolution. It didn't go through our regular resolution process, which normally comes with a staff report and supplemental information that's provided with a resolution. The petition resolution, because we don't know about it until the conference itself, is gathered at the conference. They have 24 or so hours to get those signatures. It goes to the General Resolutions Committee, who is a body that's comprised of leaders from divisions, departments, caucuses, and they look at the resolution. They're not allowed to amend it or in any way change it. They can only make a recommendation to support, to oppose, or to send back for further study. In this instance, they did decide to send the Our Neighborhood Voices back for further study, with just 4 members opposing that motion. At the day of the General Assembly on that Friday, when the measure came up, the first motion, according to our bylaws, must be an action on the motion from the General Resolutions Committee. The motion that was made to debate the subject failed. The vote count on the motion to debate was 98 in favor and 167 in opposition. And I could explain a little bit of that because this is not the first time that our membership has come across and seen Our Neighborhood Voices initiative. They've looked at it in our Housing Committee. They looked at it in our Environmental Policy Committee. We had a working group that looked at possible amendments to the initiative. And then our board also took a look at it. And ultimately, all of those bodies decided not to support that measure. Part of that reasoning, if I can expound upon that, is our legal counsel believes that the flaws in the drafting of the language might actually not accomplish what Our Neighborhood Voices proponents say it will accomplish. There are also a lot of unintended consequences that could happen should the public support this initiative. Cal Cities also has a long history of supporting successful ballot measures, and the successful ballot measures are typically ones where we build a coalition that's strong enough to raise the money, the tens and tens of millions of dollars that are required for a successful ballot measure campaign. And really, Our Neighborhood Voices has not brought along any of those coalition groups we usually seek out, who can help with financial resources and boots on the ground and the ability to bring voices along with us when it comes to the ballot box.
So my question is more so, and I appreciate the thorough explanation on exactly what happened. Did you communicate any of this before it was taken to the General Assembly? My understanding and of it is it just wasn't even up for discussion.
The vast majority of the discussion happened in the General Resolutions Committee, which preceded which was on the Thursday of the conference. Our Neighborhood Voices coalition members showed up en masse. They had, I would venture to guess, at least 30 folks who were there to support the measure in that committee. Again, because it's a petition resolution, we are much more limited on the amount of information we can provide. Really, what we do is provide strictly the resolution as it's given, since we cannot amend it, and we can only vote it up or down or recommend that it be studied further.
And you did recommend that this be studied further?
That's the the recommendation from the membership. The General Resolution Committee members was that it be sent back to our HCED, our Housing Committee, and our Environmental Quality Committee.
And that's not done during the conference, that's done, or is it done during the conference?
No, that's correct. It is not done during the conference. The first opportunity that they will have, they will take it up, will be this coming January and February.
So what do you think that Cal Cities can do to ensure that this is either communicated well and the members understand the process, or what could have been done differently? Because I think you have to put yourself where we're sitting. This was not anything that we ever expected to come from this type of assembly or this type of process.
Yeah, I've been with Cal Cities now for 12 years, so I've seen a number of these debates happen. Our conference actually used to be 4 days, so this actually used to happen on the Saturday instead, but we did shorten it a number of years, long before I was around, but we did shorten it to 3 days. So I recognize that there is that time crunch. Folks are eager to catch flights, especially with the fewer flights that we have these days between Northern and Southern California. I have brought up to my bosses in Sacramento, as well as President Taj, who's sitting behind me, that perhaps we need to adjust that timeline so we give people a little bit more time and they might be willing to consider more debate. But at the same time, I think as mentioned from the dais from one of you, we don't want debate on a subject at which our members have already made up their mind, and that seems to have been the case here.
Okay, so, we live in the intersection of traffic, so I understand that, but for an issue like this, I wouldn't want to think that time is the reason why we didn't put an appropriate.
I will say we actually did end early, so there was time to continue this debate, but
Okay.
the membership, in my opinion, and I was in the room just like the rest of you, did not seem like they were willing to entertain discussion at that point, and the votes proved that out.
Okay, I'm still a little confused as being a freshman member, and I understand the frustration. I just need someone to connect the dots, because where I'm sitting, it appears that the opposite of local control happened, and local control is so critically important.
I would agree with that, and you're in a room at our annual conference and at our General Assembly that is filled with local city officials. And the voting delegates, they're up at the front of the room there, and they get a chance to decide for their city what they will discuss, what motions they will entertain, and this motion, this petition resolution, was not one that they chose to debate.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Kiernan. So now, speaking of local officials, sir, would you indulge a couple questions?
I was actually presiding that meeting, and frankly, there was not enough majority to go forward with the discussion. And so as a presiding officer, I took the vote of what the majority was saying, as simple as that. And
Okay.
that's what Mr. Mayor would do, whatever the majority is saying, as a presiding officer, that's what she would do. And that's exactly what I did. I followed the procedure, and there was not enough support.
And
And
because
that's the process that is laid out. And if there needs to be changing in the process, that could also be done, going through a process.
so that is something that
It goes through its resolution committee and so on and so forth, and that is pretty much laid out. And one of the things that I am, as a president, looking at, which Jeff actually, and I also had a chance to talk to a council member, is to kind of change the timing when everyone is ready to get out. And this is a discussion, which is an important discussion, I felt needs to be taken at a different time. I was leaving my room, I'll just give you an example, and I was coming down, and a lot of people asked me, why don't you get us out early? I said, I'll follow the procedure, whatever needs to be done. So I'm just kind of adding this to our conversation that people wanted to get out early, but at the same time, as a president, I'm looking at, I also had a conversation with our executive director, Karen Coleman, and saying that, look, we need to look at how we can really, and not just take it right to the end of the meeting. We need to kind of look at, perhaps we can have a more robust conversation, how we can really look at hearing everyone. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of looking at to do.
Yeah, it could be 5:00 PM on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And I would hold over to ensure that whatever policy we had to do with local control was heard. That's how important it is to me. I just feel like that I'm missing something, and maybe I can call on the senior council person to help me figure out what's the bridge that I'm missing, because I feel like I'm missing something. If you would, sir.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to. Thank you so much. Just to back it up just a little bit.
Sure.
I was one of the people working with the Our Neighborhood Voices people to get the signatures necessary of voting delegates to get this item on the agenda. In fact, we got, in just a few hours, we got over double the required amount of signatures to get this item on the agenda. And in fact, that was 100 voting delegates. And that represents 100 cities in the state of California who wanted this item discussed before the General Assembly. So, and I was involved in this every single step of the way, from gathering signatures to following and working with the league, Melanie Perron especially, and making sure we were following all the steps. And we did, in fact, qualify, as you would admit, that we got onto the agenda.
Yeah.
But it first went to the Resolutions Committee, which is a small subset of your voting delegates. It represents only a little over 40 of your voting delegates, where the voting delegates that were present in the meeting were closer to over 300. And so that General Assembly, or the Resolutions Committee rather, made the decision to defer this item to future discussion on a committee, which won't even happen until next year. And this is a time-critical issue. And so the committee made their recommendation, which is what the ultimate staff recommendation was, given to the full voting delegates at the General Assembly. And so, for instance, if we just had a committee of 3 of our council members who talked about a particular item that we wanted to move forward, and we made a decision as a committee that we don't want to have a full vote on that, we want to just refer it out to further discussion. And we brought it to council and said, this is what we want you to vote on, this is our recommendation, but we're not going to allow you to discuss it. We wouldn't be allowed to do that here. For some reason, the league allows that option to say, we don't want to discuss what your small subset, your resolutions committee decided. And that's just wrong, absolutely flat out wrong. And does that help you a little bit as far as the kind of this process, how it went? And the voting delegates made a vote without hearing one single word from any of the proponents of the resolution. That's wrong. And whether you have a procedure to allow or disallow discussion, that shouldn't even be in your bylaws. And I do hope you change it. But nonetheless, this isn't about the vote in Long Beach. This is about the league's failure to support and protect local control for cities for many years now. And I personally, especially with Jeff and the other staff members at the league, have discussed this and discussed this and discussed this, how important it is to so many people that I've personally got signed on to protect local control, other elected officials like yourself. And I think you may have even signed on with it. I can't recall if you're on my list or not. But there's a strong alliance of cities who, this is a very important topic. And the league has done not much more than lip service for 2 years. We don't have time for any more lip service. I appreciate, again, it's not personal. You're going to tell me you support local control, that's the league's mission statement, and you're going to want to make sure the league is doing that. But I've been hearing that now for 2 years, and it hasn't really changed in any significant way. So it's time.
So allow me, please.
Please.
I'm the new president, just 3 weeks. Allow me to have this discussion with you and entire council and make some changes. Like I said, one of the things that I noticed was the fact just that there was not enough time to have the discussion or not have discussion, whatever. So that is the discussion that I had with my executive director, and I had a conversation with Jeff. So allow me, give me a little time, and that's all I'm asking.
I appreciate your
I appreciate everything you've done and gone through. Local control is not only important to me personally, I owe it to my residents, same as you do. They are our bosses, and local control is very, very important to me. I'm with you on that. Taking Cal City's hat or everything off as an elected official is very important. And so all I ask is give me a little time. I know you fought for 2 years, fine. All I'm asking, and your membership is not going away until 23 anyway. So let's table the discussion. That's all I'm asking. Being a league member not only is for elected officials, but also for staff. And there's a measure that is coming, CBRT. You're very well and very familiar with that. So let's work together. That's all I'm asking tonight. Let's table it and let's come back. I'll be happily coming back if you don't see any action done.
With no disrespect.
That's all I'm asking. And this is my first time here as a president.
I appreciate
3 weeks
that.
into it.
And I've known you
and
for...
I respectfully ask that very humbly. That's all.
I
And
appreciate your ask, and I just want to point out that we've given you far more time than the league gave the proponents of the resolution for protecting local control at your own General Assembly. So again, we can change our mind. And so in my mind, it's up to you to act and show us that you're serious about it. We can make our decision to withdraw today, which won't be effective until later. And if you act and in fact do what you say you're going to do, we can come back and say, you know what, you guys have done an awesome job and we are going to rejoin. But at this time, it's imperative that we make a statement how important local control is and how much you failed, because there are other organizations, ICA, contract cities, who strongly protect local control and advocate for it. And that's where I want to spend my time and energy and money. And again, I hope you do make these changes. But I can't stand for another year of lip service about making changes, because you've got 100-member voting delegates and many different committees to try to change their mind. And I think you've got a monstrous job ahead of you. And knowing who I know is on these different committees and so forth, I see little likelihood that these changes as far as local control are going to happen. And that's why I respectfully decline your offer and hope you do make those changes. But we don't have time to wait, because Sacramento isn't waiting. They're passing bills every single year, and they will be introducing new bills January 1 that will be attacking local control. We have to take action today. Thank you.
Yeah, based on what I think I heard from both Ali and Jeff, is that if the issue is the last day of the conference and people are traveling, trying to catch planes, I remember in my previous career, make big decisions on the last day. It's very challenging. So
sure.
Sounds like that's an easy one, the agenda change, and you know, maybe on a Thursday instead of a Friday. I fully get it. You know, people are trying to lead a conference at the end. Let me call in Councilwoman Kalani, because I think there may be more questions that you're going to hear from them that you can respond. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. I think Councilmember Lewis and Councilmember Griffith kind of took all my questions and comments. So it just boils down to one comment and one question for me. It saddens me that something so important as local control was a victim to people wanting to go home. And, pardon?
That wasn't solely it.
Well, at the end of the day, there was no opportunity to speak, to discuss, because it was the end of the day. I hear. But is there time, my question is there time, is there the support, is there the desire to move a resolution like this forward now, today?
Well,
they can't make that decision.
I can't. There has to be a, you want to answer that so that.
I will say that the Cal Cities Board has directed staff to prepare and pursue the possibility of working on our own local control ballot measure, not related to our neighborhood voices. That is a directive that The city of Beverly Hills actually made a resolution back in 2018. It was a regular resolution. It passed our annual conference with flying colors. Our Cal Cities board took it up. They looked at the question. They realized that 2020 wasn't the year that they could make that happen. And they are continuing to look for the future as far as the possibility of a local control ballot measure that would bring back local control.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other comments or questions from the council? I don't see any, and I see Councilman Griffith wants to make a motion.
One quick.
Mayor, if I may, one
Sure.
quick, just to
Okay.
correct some of the information. It may have been flipped when I heard it, but the Cal Cities is actually a calendar year. The Los Angeles County Division is the fiscal year. So the 31st is when your Cal Cities membership will be up. This would also affect your National League of Cities membership. You cannot be a member of the National League of Cities without also being a member of Cal Cities. And should you choose to no longer be a member, our sample letters, our position letters for legislation, our newsletter communications, all of that would unfortunately have to stop.
Okay, I think we understand that. Thank you.
I want to extend my thanks. I'm giving you a tremendous latitude to speak again because we didn't get that courtesy.
No,
Please.
I just want to thank you
30
all.
seconds.
No, thank you all for listening to us, and wish you all the very best with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Jeff.
Just to, before I make a motion, go
If
ahead.
Councilman Lewis wants to make a comment?
Not a comment, I have more of a question for our city manager. I think I just heard Mr. Kiernan said if you're not a member of one, you can't be a member of the other. What is the additional impact that would?
Council member, typically, the mayor and council members have attended the National League of Cities. I'm not quite sure on the ability of the city to attend the conferences as a non-member. In the past, there's been some isolated opportunities for our department heads to accompany mayor and council members, but that's something we could follow up on. We've been much more engaged at the local conferences between Sacramento and Long Beach, given the distance and ability to stay local and contain costs, but I personally have not been engaged at the National League level.
Okay, thank you for that, which is going to take me back to Mr. Kiernan. Same question for you. Or do you need me to repeat it?
Well, the information I have is that the National League of Cities does require membership in the corresponding state league in order to participate in the NLC. Unfortunately, I don't have the information about whether they have a non-member rate at my disposal right at the moment. Was there another part to that question I missed?
I believe there is a non-member rate as well, because I attended the NLC conferences every year since I've been elected. In both cases, there's a member, non-member, unless Zoma could correct me, because Zoma probably registered for me in the past, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. If my memory recalls correctly, there is the two types of membership payments for that conference, or for that membership.
Right. So, which means even if we're not allowed to be, even if we're not a member of NLC, we still could attend NLC conferences at a non-member rate.
Okay, and this is just, me being a freshman again. Is there anything additionally that NLC provides that is not included in the regular Cal Cities membership or advocacy programs?
I will attempt a little bit. I think there is a lot of overlap. I think they both advocate local control. There's a lot of discussion about infrastructure bills that we have common. It's just that one is a national level,
Right.
and one is at state level. That's the big thing.
If I may, National League of Cities was instrumental in the American Recovery funding advocacy They were instrumental in the latest infrastructure bill that the president was able to carry through. So their reach is more on a national basis.
Okay.
And there is value added to attending their conferences, best practices, and up-and-coming technology and ways cities can collaborate.
And there's usually two large conferences from the NLC. One is the City Summit, which I think a lot of us are registered to go to Kansas City next month. And then usually there's one in Washington, D.C., which you're also allowed an opportunity to do some lobbying at Capitol Hill on major bills. So those are the two big ones that I've had experience on. But in terms of classes and learning, a lot of it's very similar, just that one's at the national level, one's at a state level.
And this is different lobbying that would normally be done on our own and not through one of our legislative representatives?
It's actually in addition. Our legislative people will be there, but when we're at the Capitol Hill, when it's at DC, there's a very last day where you could stay and you could form different groups, and you actually could go to visit your, House of Representatives. You can, your U.S. Senator, and you can actually do a little bit of lobbying yourself, along with other colleagues around the country.
Okay, yes, thank you for that. I'm sure if I had the question, maybe some folks that are watching us may have some of the same questions, so thank you for everyone.
So I'm going to ask Councilman Griffith, just hang on. Looks like we have some more comments. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I also want to thank Honorable Mayor Sajjad to be here, and also Jeff, Mr. Kiernan, for a lot of information. I think the message is pretty clear what's happening here. But I would ask you, do you have, or are you willing to call a special meeting to discuss that with your board, that to how the message has been given to you folks? So anyway, you can call a special meeting with the board, have them to consider about at least the discussion for this item. Is that a possibility?
I'll take that question. The conversation is already being occurred among the leadership team, and that will, we will, like I said, I'm taking some actions, and the conversation has already started. Taking it to the board will certainly be a possibility. That could be taken into account for sure. But already the discussion has started, just like I mentioned earlier in my comments.
So it seems like other cities also reaching out for the same reason, seems like it. So
to answer your question, Councilmember, already the discussion has started. Ever since I've taken over, the discussion is already in place, and a few things will be changed for sure.
So how long do you think you'll get an answer that they'll be bring into for discussion or not? Maybe we don't have to cancel it. They're going to bring that item back to discussion within the time.
That's my ask, is to respectfully at least continue, see where this can go. And like I said, I'm already working on it, and that's what I asked earlier, and that's what I'm going to ask again. I'm already taking action, and you'll see those. So that's all I will ask. Again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I'm just going to say that my thoughts on this are in concurrence with Councilmember Griffiths, and sounds like many of us up here. But our membership is there through December in Cal Cities. I would like to give them the opportunity to show that they're going to uphold their mission statement. If that's 30 days, I think they asked for just a very short time that the conversation started, but I am 100% in concurrence that this has been a disappointment. Thank you.
I'm checking to see if anyone else has clicked in, because I think there's emotions about coming in.
To get a clarity from Councilwoman Kalani, are you asking to give them 30 days? That's your motion?
I am. It's not a motion. Griffiths has Councilmember Griffiths has a motion, but that's what I would like to see happen. That's what I would be in support of.
Okay. Oh, Councilwoman Lewis.
Clarifying question. So our membership expires in 30 days. There's nothing that, oh, no.
December
In December.
December 31st.
Okay, of this year.
Correct.
And nothing prevented us from rejoining if that's something that we elect to do.
Correct.
Or if we don't want to rejoin, we just would not renew in December, just for clarification.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand what Kalani is saying, but unfortunately, this discussion has been going on for years, for a couple of years at least, and they haven't done anything. And President's very nice gentleman, expressing willingness to help. But the truth is, the gentleman doesn't make the decisions on his own. He's got a board, he's got committees, and the board and the committees have made their decision. And I think tonight we're going to have to make a decision of our own. I think they made it pretty clear that they're not supporting our efforts to providing local control. And I think that's what we've seen. And unfortunately, the same board that we're asking to make changes is the same board that made their decision. They made their bed. Now they're going to have to lie in it. And I think tonight we need to just send a message that we're not just going to take it, just sending them money for nothing. And they need to prove to us in the next, 30, 40 days or whatever, 2 months, that they're willing to make some changes to fulfill their mission statement. In the meantime, I say we cancel the membership and we come back with an item to put it back if we see that they've made some changes. But for now, I say cancel it and forget about it. Cancel and forget about it and let them figure it out. Let the board and the committees get together and, eat their donuts and coffee and chit chat about how great Sacramento is with their local control, because obviously they can't come up with solutions of their own, even though when the solutions are presented right in front of their nose, the solutions are there. Bring it to the voters. The people of California want local control, but organizations like this, unfortunately, have lost sight of what their mission is. They've lost sight. And I say, you know what, send the message tonight. I really hope it's unanimous that we say no more and let these organizations go back to the drawing table. If they want our money, they're going to have to work for it. And right now, they're not working for it. I really do hope tonight's unanimous to send the message that Torrance is not just going to waste money on organizations that aren't fulfilling their promise. Thank you.
I was almost going to tell Councilman Griffith to make his motion, but
I got all day.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification purposes, so being a freshman, I don't know the protocol. Are we saying that we have missed the boat? You're not going to have this motion back until next year? Or Elvis has left the building?
The board has considered Our Neighborhood Voices, our policy committees, the general membership now has considered Our Neighborhood Voices. It is going to come back to our policy committees, our housing committee and our environmental quality committee in the new year. I will say that our membership makes these decisions. So by leaving Cal Cities, you're actually taking away your voice. I would encourage you to apply for a policy committee. Add your voice to the discussion instead of taking, your toys and going home.
So I think the answer is no.
I think what I heard is that all the policy committees and all the decision probably will not be completed within the next 60 calendar days. That's a challenge. However, our membership expires December 31st. So it's a scheduling thing, unless everybody makes, burning platform, everybody says emergency, but it sounds like it's not going to be at the emergency level. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. It just doesn't make sense that if we don't pay 1,000, we don't get to use the rest of our membership that was 30,000. Is that correct? No, I thought you said that if we don't renew December.
The Cal Cities membership is on a calendar year.
Yes.
The way I heard it, at least in the staff presentation, it was flipped. So the Cal Cities membership is the calendar year. That is, January 1 to December 31st. The Los Angeles County Division is on a fiscal year, and yes, that would, but you cannot be a member of one without the other. We are, the Los Angeles County Division, the league used to be on a fiscal year. They switched a number of years ago, and we just haven't been able to do that yet.
Okay, so our membership with everything ends in December,
Correct.
not June of 2023.
Well, actually, I think, to be very specific, it would be off schedule, but it would be not applicable, because we would not, if we're not a member of Cal Cities at large, the LA County one is meaningless, even though it doesn't expire until the middle of next calendar year. Hopefully that was clear. I know it doesn't make sense, but that's the way it looks like. Okay, Councilman Griffith, you've been patient. You can make the motion.
Before I make my motion, I have a couple more comments. I did, while we had the opportunity to talk, I did check on the website for NLC, the National League of Cities, and it does allow participation by non-members. So again, I want to reemphasize, I have every intention to continue, even if we do discontinue our membership, I have every intention to participate in the league conferences as well as the National League conferences. We need to send a strong statement about why we think that participating in the league is not right for us, and that's in regards to the issue of local control. If we did business with a company in our city that for some reason decided to change their policy or didn't live up to the standards we expected of them, we would potentially go to another organization to get those products and services. We would vote with our pocketbook. And that's what I'm asking our council to do tonight, and this will be my motion, is that we make a strong statement about protecting local control and the importance that we need to have the league consider that, the league staff, the league board, and the league voting delegates to make sure that the mission statement and the actions match. And I'll be the first one to come back here and say, I want to rejoin the league if they prove to me that they're going to do that. So tonight I want to say that my motion will be is that we discontinue our membership at the end of the term. And thank you all for the time to let me vent my feelings on this issue.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9B. Again, I want to thank Jeff and Taj for coming. Appreciate your spending time here. We'll go on to 9B. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. Carlos Huizar again with City Manager's Office. Item 9B, select and appoint chairs and members of City Council committees. So the last time that the council selected and appointed to City Council committees was back in August 9th of this year. But since then, we've been able to fill one council seat, so we're welcoming Councilmember Lewis to the council. And with this new addition, it's now appropriate to kind of restart this process so that each council member has an opportunity to partake in 3 city council committees, 1 as a chair and 2 as committee members. For standing committees, we basically will be doing it based on city council seniority. So for the first selection, we would go in the seniority order, and then the second group would be in the reverse order. So for the new council, the current seniority order is, with excluding the mayor, is Councilmember Griffiths, Councilmember Matucci, Councilmember Kalani, Councilmember Sheikh, Councilmember Kaji, and Councilmember Lewis. So at this time, we will go ahead and proceed with selecting the first. So we'll start with Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you. I would select the Community Planning and Design to be chair.
Councilmember Matucci?
I'm kind of stuck in that transportation. Kind of love it. Yeah, if I could be chair of the transportation.
Councilmember Kalani?
Employee Relations and Public Safety, please.
Councilmember Shake?
Citizen Development and Enrichment.
Councilmember Kaji?
Finance and governmental operations.
And Councilmember Lewis, since you're essentially the last in seniority, strategic plan chair works for you?
No. It works fine because I know who actually is the staff liaison, and I have complete confidence.
Perfect. All right, for this next election, we're going to go in the reverse order. So Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Kaji.
Strategic plan.
Councilmember Shake.
It's so hard not to go for finance. I'll go with finance. Yeah.
Councilmember Kalani.
Citizen Development and Enrichment.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
See if I can use an acronym, CDE, no. Citizens Development and Enrichment.
And Councilmember Griffiths.
Strategic plan.
All right, for the last choice, we're going to go back on the seniority order. Councilmember Griffiths.
Finance and governmental operations.
Councilmember Matucci.
Community Planning and Design.
Councilmember Kalani.
Same, Community Planning and Design, please.
Councilmember Shake.
Strategic plan, please. That's what I
That's very full.
go with planning and design, community planning and design.
It's full.
Councilman, the only ones
Only
available at this
employee
point, employee
relations and
relations, public
transportation.
safety, and transportation.
Okay, well, okay, employee relations and public safety, sorry. Yeah. that must-
Council-
Only transportation's left. So,
So automatically, that would leave council members Kaji and Lewis for that committee.
that's right, that's how I see it. Big choices.
All right, so let me go ahead and repeat the selection. So for the Citizens Development and Enrichment Committee, it will be chaired by Councilmember Shake with Council members Kalani and Matucci. Community Planning and Design will be chaired by Councilmember Griffiths with Council members Matucci and Kalani as members. Employee Relations and Public Safety will be chaired by Councilmember Kalani with Council members Lewis and Shake as members. Finance and Governmental Operations will be chaired by Councilmember Kaji with Council members Shake and Griffiths as members. Strategic Plan will be chaired by Councilmember Lewis with Council members Kaji and Griffiths as members. And Transportation Committee will be chaired by Councilmember Matucci with Kaji and Lewis as members.
Thumbs up.
Perfect.
I think we're all in agreement.
So for the second half of this item, staff has been directed by the City Council to form an informal working group with Torrance Unified School District. with an objective of establishing a joint use agreement for shared public facilities and exchange services. This working group would consist of a total of 4 members. The council will select 2 council members to represent the city, and the Torrance Unified School District Board will select 2 members at their discretion to represent the school district. At this time, the council may begin the selection process.
Let me share a little bit. I think this one is a new one, so there's no precedent. But I just want to give a moment. In the past, the Citizens Development and Enrichment Committee, all 3 members participated in this with TUSD. At the request of TUSD, since we have a 7-member elected board, we have 3 in our committee. TUSD has a 5-member elected board, so they only have 2 to go. So at their request, they asked, can we reduce one so that there's 2 and 2, so the numbers is equal. My suggestion, since this is the very first time we've done this, is that we will still, to those in this TUSD joint use agreement will be a subset-ish, quote unquote, of the community citizen development enrichment committee. I think that hopefully you all believe that makes sense. But the thing is, of the 3, which 2 would be in that group? My first suggestion would be the person who is asked to be the chair, in this case is Councilman Sheikh, would be at least 1 member, since that was his first choice. And then there's really no process on who the second person is. I just want to check with City Manager Shaparian, because I think he and I were in the same meeting when they were making that request. Do you believe that we have to have the same 2 at every meeting, or the chair could ask who's available?
I think that was the intent. Maybe you can have a backup with awareness of the issues, just to create a consistency in the discussions. They can be subject to the discussions, the ground rules per se of the group. But typically we have an alternate should there be instances where the primary representatives are not available. But that can be an option. That you may have all 3, but the first 2 designated, then with the backup.
So my recommendation would be, if the concurrence of the council, would be Councilman Sheikh would be 1 member, and at this moment I would, open it to Councilwoman Kalani Matucci, who wants to be the 2nd member and who will want to be the alternate, even though it's flexible depending on when they call the meeting. Councilman Sheikh may say, we agree on, when the mini notice goes out, we'll say who's available. That might determine who actually goes to the meeting. There could be a situation where Councilman Sheikh is not even available. It'll be Councilman Matucci and Councilwoman Kalani. I think that will still be fine, but just putting down
We can clarify with the district mayor. I don't want to speak out of turn as far as what their intent was. I believe it was meant to be a group of set individuals from either side, just for collaboration and decision-making, consistency's sake.
Sure.
Last-minute cancellations happen, but if we can just stay with the 2 primary,
right,
and then make the option
of an alternate
that we can share if the district is willing to entertain.
Okay, so I'm gonna at least, looks like Councilman Matucci is asking to speak, and take the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. If I remember correctly, we've only met once in the last 4 years. Is that correct?
That seems accurate as far as a joint meeting.
Okay, so anybody that really commits to this is not really committing to a mate.
The intent, Councilman, would be to create a much more frequent, because the prior meeting structure was subject to Brown Act notifications because of the size of the majority representation. It was much more structured and formal. The intent of this would be a working group, more hands-on, less formal, where you folks are not in any adjudicating role as far as making decisions. So I think the intent is perhaps beginning, you'll be meeting much more frequently, since we have outstanding issues related to crossing guard, school resource officer, after-school programs, and really carve out the roadmap of what a joint partnership would look like. And then once we implement the new set of partnership protocols or MOUs, then you may meet as needed. But I imagine there's much more involvement at the
Yeah,
initial
and
stage.
the meeting that I attended was very fruitful. I feel like we should definitely have more of those meetings and communicate our issues and look for solutions. My schedule's pretty flexible, so if I'm needed, I'd love to be part of this. Yeah, you're okay with that?
Looks like we're converging soon. Councilwoman Kalani.
I just had questions on where you see the direction, and you know us both really well and our strengths, and the other committees we're on, like when it comes to crossing guards, that kind of coincides with employee relations and public safety, but yet, you know, you're very involved in the school system right now. I was for a lot of years. Where do you see our strengths being best used?
Councilwoman, I think the intent is to develop a framework of what a new partnership collaboration may look like. And if there's additional vetting required, meaning if we want to redesign the crossing guard program, as an example, in the past that was vetted through the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee. So there may be a secondary role in your respective committees, subcommittees of the council. But in the interim, I think this is to bring two representatives from our individual agencies to start a dialogue, identify what the outstanding issues are, where are there opportunities for joint collaboration and partnerships, and then if there's a need for additional vetting, that'll follow through our existing structures, up to including a vote of your honorable body on any commitments, either in time, facilities, or staff that may be part of the discussion.
Okay, so Councilman Tucci, if you want, why don't you take point? But we're a team, the three of us. I can always be there on certain issues like.
And if I may, Councilwoman?
Yes.
You could set up a standing public committee of the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee that has a line item related to the working group's updates. So that'll give you and the council an opportunity to engage in a more standing role. So there could be a two-part. Well, you have a working group that's more informal, but if there's any areas where it requires further deliberation and council direction, they can be vetted through the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee. This way, all of you will be engaged.
Yeah, it looks like what I'm hearing is Councilman Sheikh and Councilman Tucci would be the members, and when we add Councilwoman Kalani in, they're part of CDE. So if there's an item, if there's a meeting that's about to happen 60 days from now, the Community Development Enrichment can call a meeting prior to that to have a discussion among the three of you to get the game plan together, and then subsequently Councilman Sheikh and Matucci would actually be the real participants
And then
with TUSD.
any recommendations can come through the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee to your full council.
Right.
Yeah, and if I may, I mean, I would want Councilmember Kalani to be involved in the whatever ideas and whatever brainstorming sessions, whatever you want to call it, because I think, you know, having a different perspective, I think is right.
Yeah.
And Councilman, if I may, just for point of clarification, that would have to happen within the context of the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee.
No, absolutely.
Under all the postings and structure. But as far as casual conversations, I think that was the intent of the working group, can happen between the two designated members from tonight's decision. Thank you.
Yep, and if you look at the description of the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee, it's liaison with the TUSD is actually written in there. Councilman Sheikh, you have another comment?
Yeah, just a clarification. How many times or how often these committees meet?
It's subject to, once you have your first meeting, to set some ground rules and expectations based on your availability. It's not meant to be a formal structure, but there is an expectation that you'll have standing, you know, engagement opportunities with your counterparts at TUSD.
How about other committees?
As needed?
The same.
Meaning the council committees?
Yes, the council.
The finance and government relations is much more structured because it precedes our budget process. So typically, we have our mid-year, we have the fall, and then the May budget work, prior to the workshop. The other committee that's been much more structured maybe is transportation, with some of the efforts going on, but there's no set time as far as how the frequency of these meetings. They're typically as needed and as issues are referred from city council to specific committees.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think at this moment, my recommendation is Councilman Shake and Councilman Matucci. Do we need to take a vote or a concurrence on that one? We're establishing the process today, so.
Is there a public comment opportunity?
Sure. Okay, I almost forgot. We'll take it to the public. Do we have any comments from the public? Super. Can we let's take a motion to concur with the assignment as read by our staff, and for the working group for TUSD, it'll be Councilman Shake and Councilman Matucci.
Motion to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great. We cooked sausages in public today, I think. We're moving to item 9C as in Charlie, to confirm the appointment of members outside regional boards and agencies. Staff?
As you can see, Carlos has made a great transition in a short time in our office. It's part of our Grow Our Own program that's in effect tonight. Thank you, Carlos. We'll recognize you in public.
Mayor and Council, Carlos Huizar, City Manager's Office. Item 9C, confirm appointment members to outside regional boards and agencies. Just kind of reiterating, the last time that we actually confirmed appointments was on August 9th of this year, but with the addition of the new council member, this was something that we wanted to bring up as an item. Typically with the council rules of order, outside regional boards and agencies are actually appointed by the mayor. And at this time, the mayor has made the recommendation to keep the current appointments as is, but we're requesting for council's concurrence on the current selection.
And that's correct. I talked to each of the members, most of the members, that we made the appointment in August, and see if anyone else wanted to change. So I'm asking for concurrence by the council. And do we have any public comments? I don't see any. Ready for a motion to concur?
Move to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We are moving on to item 9D as in Delta, and it would be very similar. Zelma?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee that City Council accept and file the report from the meeting that took place on September 20th of this year. The City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee met with City Federal's legislative advocacy consultants, Vance Goyak, Associates, and city staff. Members of the Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee included Councilmember Griffiths, Councilmember Kaji, and Mayor as chair of the committee. Topics discussed at that meeting included introduction and overview of Vance Goyak and team to the new council members, review of last year's accomplishments, and looking ahead for year 2023. Mr. Haynes from Vance Goyak provided federal legislative overview indicating that Congress passed the fiscal year 2022 appropriations bill in March. And the bill included bills that several items would be helpful to Torrance. In the meeting, Mr. Haynes also reported that the accomplishments for year 2022, which were as follows. $938,000 was secured through the Environmental Protection Agency STAG program for the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basins Project from Representative Waters. $1 million was secured through Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Fund to help the Torrance Homeless Response Project through Representative Liu. From the Department of Transportation, $6 million was secured for Torrance Transit through the U.S. Department of Transportation's Bus and Bus Facilities Program for zero-emission battery electric buses and new electric vehicle charging stations. And through the bipartisan infrastructure law, $1.2 trillion investment in road, bridges, waters, airports, broadband, resiliency, and others. Via the implementation of the partisan infrastructure law, programs in areas such as improvement of bridges and improvement of road safety have already released the first round of funding notices. Samperini Field has also already received funding through the Airport Infrastructure Grant Program in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Many of the programs will spread funding across 5 years, so there will be future opportunities for funding per Vince Goyak and Associates. In the discretionary funding programs from bipartisan infrastructure law could be of interest are grants for electric vehicle infrastructure, as well as culvert removal, replacement, and restoration grants. While some of the opportunities in the Inflation Reduction Act will take time to implement, other initiatives in the new law extend current tax breaks and are available immediately. Some of the opportunities of interest to the City of Torrance include $1 billion for clean heavy-duty vehicles such as garbage trucks, $7,500 tax credit for new electric vehicles, and a $4,000 credit for used vehicles. Extension of tax credits for solar power and provisions to promote heat pumps, rooftop solar, and standalone energy storage. The ARPA funding COVID relief $24 million was provided through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, coronavirus, state, and local fiscal recovery funds. Congress has also considered using unused funds in the coronavirus, state, and local fiscal recovery funds for the purposes and ongoing efforts to provide additional COVID and relief to Congress. Vance Goyak shared with the committee a glimpse of what to look ahead for year 2023. David stated that Congress is currently negotiating fiscal year 2023 appropriations. A continuing resolution will need to be passed by Congress before September 30th to keep the federal government funded. While no date has been finalized for the continuing resolution, a consensus is growing around temporary federal funding through mid-December. In the Farm Bill, Vince Goyak stated that programs such as farmers market support programs, nutrition programs, and funding authorization for CalFresh, and also included regulations on local pesticide use. In regards to the potential police reform, Democrats will continue to pursue police reform, but most efforts on police reform will come out of the administration. And lastly, through the potential housing reform, Democrats want to expand public housing support and affordable housing measures. Republicans want to reform Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Political environment could exist next Congress to pass legislation on these matters. Before the meeting concluded, staff indicated that Federal Legislative Committee will meet at a later time to identify priority projects and will tentatively look at dates to plan a legislative trip to Washington, D.C. Vance Goyak and Associates will assist with scheduling based on the city's needs to promote those projects. This concludes staff report, and staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? Well, if not, we'll go to the public. Any comments?
push up again. Actually, I like some of these new laws in California and the SB this and SB that, but it's kind of scary how much of money the government chops up and give it to cities and this and that. And as just you can see, our housing program with the homeless, you know, we're housing 40 people, $75,000 a year, and affordable housing is non-existent. And then this new electric vehicle, now this is people should stand up to, because we don't have electricity enough right now, but imagine if everybody buys electric vehicles, and not the electric vehicles, how are you gonna charge them? And they set themselves on fire, by the way, too, so that's a problem for the fire department.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the public? If not, I'll come back to the council. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Well, thank you very much for the summary. I guess recently the Governor Newsom selected former Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa to serve as his infrastructure czar. Do we know if Mr. Villaraigosa will be making a presentation in Los Angeles County, and are we going to be participating as a city?
Councilmember Kaji, I was at the League of Cities when the former mayor made a presentation. We can check with the governor's office and notify council. We're not aware of an upcoming scheduled public meeting, but we'll definitely be tracking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just so you know, Councilman Kaji, I received an email from someone from I forgot which office it was from. And I think there was going to be some briefing, and it got postponed. So if I get the reschedule email, I will distribute. But I thought former Mayor Villaraigosa was going to be one of the speakers. I wasn't sure of exactly on what you're referring to. If we don't have any more comments or questions, I'll take a motion to accept and file the report from September 20 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9, Echo was pulled, so we're now to item 9F as in Foxtrot from the City Manager, Human Resources. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and Council members. Tina Ortiz, Human Resources. Item 9F is for the approval of the reclassification of a Senior Administrative Analyst incumbent to the classification of Policy and Resources Specialist. At the December 14, 2021 City Council meeting, Your Honorable Body approved the upgrade of one Senior Administrative Analyst position in the Fire Department to the Policy and Resources Specialist position. The Policy and Resources Specialist was also added to the fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget adopted by Council on May 24, 2022. Per the policy on transfer of incumbent employees without examination, there are 6 criteria for considering a transfer of incumbents to positions that are reallocated. The incumbent has met all 6 criteria. In response to the expansion of emergency services operations, which includes the newly developed Emergency Transport Program, and the need for specialized expertise in the budget and financial operations of the Fire Department, it is recommended that the incumbent be reclassified from Senior Administrative Analyst to the Policy and Resources Specialist position. Staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. The council will have a second opportunity. Do you have public comments?
Hello, it's Burchak again. I just lost my paperwork on this one. Anyhow, so I think when all these things came up and we appointed these things and that things, the city said they don't have enough money. Now we have more of this, more position this, more position that. So we run the city without this. Now we're expanding more specialists. You know what I mean? More this, more that. So if we don't have money, and I don't see the money rolling in, because you said, you know, you did not have money. That's why people got suckered into the voting of the 0.5% tax increase, what is kicking in now. Anyway, so I just don't see why do we need all these special whatever and more money, more position and whatever. I just don't know.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments from the public? If not, I'll bring it back to the council. I'll take a motion to approve the reclassification of the 1.0 senior administrative analyst position to the reclassification of 1.0 policy and resource specialist assigned to the fire department.
Motion to approve 9F.
Seconded.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9G as in golf from Public Works and Community Service. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Luis Ochoa with Public Works. This item is a recommendation of the Public Works and Community Services Director that City Council approve a contract service agreement with West Coast Arborists Incorporated of Anaheim, California, for an amount not to exceed $1,125,000 to provide maintenance services on as-needed basis at various locations throughout the city of Torrance, as a cooperative purchase with the City of Agora Hills for a 3-year period beginning October 17, 2022 and ending October 16, 2025. Streetscape Division uses a contractor primarily for removing and trimming trees over 65 feet. West Coast Arborists has specialized equipment for these tasks. They have 75 and 95-foot aerial lifts and a 40-ton crane. We have a 55-foot aerial lift in our fleet. West Coast Arborists will continue to provide online tree inventory database programs at no charge, which features global positioning systems, inventories of all city trees. For over 20 years, West Coast Arborists has provided an excellent level of services to the city of Torrance. Their proposed pricing represents an overall cost savings compared to the city's current agreement. Staff is available for questions, and we also have representatives from West Coast Arborists here, if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. I'll take public comments.
Hello, Porchap again. I just don't understand, you know, we have tens of thousands of trees and we hire a company from Agora Hills. I don't know how many miles is that. And if you have an accident needed, you know, like a storm and the tree falls over, then they're gonna come from Agora Hills in the middle of the storm and the freeways are packed up. So don't we have somebody in Torrance? I knew a couple of tree trimmers in Torrance. So I just don't see why somebody comes in from Agora Hills and gonna cut trees here in Torrance. And we have, to my knowledge, tens of thousands of trees and one company for $1 million, that's enough to upkeep, and they're coming from, I don't know how many miles is it, 30, 40 miles or whatever. I just don't understand.
Thank you for the comment. I just want to make sure the public knows that the recommendation here is on an as-needed basis. So yes, we do have Lewis has his own group here. Any other public comments? If not, I'll bring it back to the council, take action.
Move to concur with staff recommendation.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9H from the Community Development. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body is a request to adopt an amended resolution approving the housing element update for the 6th Regional Housing Needs Assessment Cycle, which covers the planning period October 15th, 2021 through October 15th, 2029. On June 14th, 2022, your honorable body adopted a resolution approving the city's housing element. Following the City Council's approval, the housing element was submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD. Since that time, staff has been working closely with HCD on obtaining a state-compliant housing element. Recently, the city was notified by HCD that an additional finding in the approval of the housing element resolution is required before it can be certified by HCD. Staff has prepared this amended resolution to include this finding, which relates to the utilization of non-vacant sites in our housing sites inventory. The city has to rely on non-vacant sites as Torrance is a built-out city. It is typical for new developments within Torrance to occur on sites where former uses are demolished in favor of new construction. Therefore, the reliance on these sites will not be a hindrance to accommodating residential development in the planning cycle. Paul McDougall, Senior Planning Manager for HCD, has informed staff that once the amended resolution is received, the city would be issued their certification letter. This is significant because if the city receives this certification by October 15th, the timeline to complete any necessary zone changes indicated in the housing element would be extended to October 2024. That concludes staff's presentation. If any members of your honorable body have questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? Do any members of the public wish to speak? Let's bring it back to the council. City Clerk, can we get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-101, a revised resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving updates to the general plan housing element for the 2021 to 2029 planning period and adoption of the initial study and negative declaration prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act.
Move to adopt resolution 2022-101.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9I from the Public Works. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Chuck Scheich with the Public Works Department, and now presenting this item. This item is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council set a date of December 6, 2022 for a public hearing on a proposed series of annual increases in the wastewater discharge rate over the next 5-year period covering 2023 through 2027. These increases are to cover increases in operating and maintenance costs, to fund infrastructure improvements and replacements, and provide for an adequate level of financial reserves. We have a overview presentation on this item that provides some background information on the wastewater utility, the objectives of the comprehensive cost of service study, major findings of the study, a proposed 5-year capital improvement program, projection of operating reserves with and without rate increases, proposed rate adjustment impacts on customers, a recommended rate plan over the next 5 years, and a comparison of like agencies providing water collection and distribution services and recommendations for moving forward. With that, we'd like to have the first slide, please. Just a little background information on the Public Works Sanitation Division that provides wastewater collection citywide. About 36,000 accounts, both in the city of Torrance municipal water service area, as well as the area that's served by the California Water Service Company. So it covers the entire city. About 287 miles of sewer pipelines and 9 sewer lift stations. And the functions that are provided by this division are to clean these sewers, all sewers, at least once a year, and spots that are basically hot spots where we have grease, oil, those kinds of things much more frequently to prevent any blockages of the sewer system and to replace and maintain the system. The rates were established by a cost of service study that we do every 5 years, and the last study was for the period of 2017 through 2021. There was no rate increase in 2022. So that gives you a little background on the utility itself. And next slide, please. The objectives of the cost of service study are to determine a 5-year rate plan that provides adequate funding for operations and maintenance, capital improvement program, and sets an adequate level of financial reserves for that utility. It covers a 5-year period, as we mentioned, between 2023 and 2027. And as you're probably aware, the Proposition 218 requires that we do a cost of service analysis. And what that simply means is that the cost of the rates must be proportional to that class of service for the cost incurred. Next slide, please. Little background on cost of service. The cost of service study is based on recognized methodology, which is consistent with Proposition 218. And primarily, the revenue requirements are based on discharge flow into the sewer system. That's the primary cost of service consideration. And we have 2 classes of customers, the single-family residential customer and other customers, which are multifamily, commercial, industrial, and institutional. Next slide, please. As a result of the comprehensive study, the major finding is that current rates are not adequate to meet our operating, capital, and reserve needs. If you look at our current rates, this is the current rates we have for our customer classes. The first one is single-family residential, and that basically has a 2-tiered rate system, a fixed component to cover fixed cost and a variable component to cover variable cost. The other major customer is all other customers. That includes the industrial, commercial, and institutional customers. And that's strictly based on a variable rate. And that's currently at 91 cents. And it's based on your usage of water. And we measure that as something called 100 cubic feet, or CCF. Each 100 cubic feet is about 950 gallons, 750 gallons. So that gives you a little idea of what that looks like. Next slide, please. This is the 5-year capital improvement program. The city conducted a comprehensive water system sewer study about a year ago, and it developed a capital improvement program which was based primarily on capacity and bottlenecks in the system to eliminate those. And these projects, which average about $1.4 million, are to alleviate certain problems that we have in capacity, in some cases bottlenecks, and they're fairly high priority projects that need to be implemented over this period of time. Next slide, please. This is a little graphic. Basically, it kind of shows what would happen. The line on the bottom line, the red line, shows that we would be in a deficit condition, actually about $900,000 at the end of 2023 without a rate increase. And that would increase in successive years to about $3 million in 2027. With the proposed rate adjustment, we would actually reach a target level of about $4 million in reserves. And that target level is kind of a standard best practice model, which looks at what kind of reserves a utility this side should have. And it would take us 5 years to get to that point, but at that point, the utility would be in a fairly good operating range. As you can see, without that, we'd be in a large deficit. Just kind of looking at the impacts on customers. This is, next slide, please, I'm sorry. This is the single-family residential customer, and the average customer uses about 11 billion units or 11 CCF per month, and it's called the medium use, and the current monthly bill is about $7.32 per month. With the increase, that proposed bill would be about $8.83, a little over $1.50 increase per month, or about $18 per year. The next slide, please. This just shows the other customer classes. That includes our multifamily, commercial, industrial, institutional. And you can see there's a wide range of uses in this particular class. And those rates basically for a medium use customer currently using about 50 billion units would be about $45.70. That would go to about $57 with the rate increase, or an increase of about $11.30 per month. The next slide, please. This just shows the proposed rates over the 5-year period, including the 2023, 2024, 25, 26, and 27. Actually, after 2023, rates would be adjusted by 3% per year. So it would be, it wouldn't be exactly inflation, but basically that would put the utility in a good financial position. And those rates would actually stabilize on that period of time. The next slide, please. This kind of shows you basically where we are compared to similar agencies. Currently, right now, the average single residential customer bill is $7.32. That would increase to $8.83, but be significantly lower than agencies that provide similar service. And I want to maybe emphasize that. What the city provides is wastewater collection service. We do not provide sewage treatment. That is provided by the Los Angeles County sanitation districts. And that treatment charge is not a rate that we charge, it's actually on your tax bill. So these are agencies that all provide the service that we provide, which is collection and distribution of sewer flows, which are transported in turn to County of Los Angeles lines, and then transported to their treatment plants. The next slide, please. Our recommendation is that the council set a December 6, 2022 public hearing date to proceed with the proposed wastewater rates. And the second recommendation is to authorize the required Proposition 218 notification and protest form to be mailed to all 36,000 customers within the city. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Looking at the one slide, I think page 9, which ranks other customer impacts, I'm curious as to which industrial users generate the largest amounts of discharge or highest amount of water use. And I ask that in terms of economic development. Should the city seek out some of these industries such as food processing, biomedical science, that are heavy users of water and also discharge a lot of wastewater?
Typically, that would be an industrial user. I think you identified that, or it could be a large commercial establishment, like a mall, for instance. But typically that is, falls into what we would call a medium industrial user.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Couple of clarification questions. Right now, there's a deficit in the revenue as of 2023. Our reserve is really low. Am I correct?
That's correct. Actually, at this point in time, we're at a kind of a break-even point, actually a break-even point. If we do our capital improvement program, which is really a high priority in the system, we'll actually run at a negative balance. In fact, you can see that in the chart. In 2023, we'd be about $900,000 in deficit.
And the impact on the residents with low income is, how much is that percentage-wise? I think you mentioned earlier.
Well, actually, the low income would go up, but it would go up at a very minimal amount. Actually, we're talking, I think, an increase. And most, I should want to preface, the low income, most of those are using a minimum amount of water, probably about 7 billion units or less. So that increase would basically, to put it in perspective, their current bill is about $2.18 per month, and that would go up about 36 cents.
And you said earlier about 36,000 accounts we have in the city of Torrance.
That's correct.
What's the total number of accounts in the city of Torrance, including other suppliers?
Councilman, well, 36,000 accounts are the wastewater accounts that we have that discharge into the city's sewer system. We do have rubbish accounts, we do have and we have water accounts which are strictly in the Torrance Municipal Service Area. We have about 26,500 accounts, water accounts, in the municipal service area for Torrance Water.
Just out of curiosity, do we have any plan to provide them in the future, water supplies? And
Councilman, was the question?
Do we have any plan on providing the water resources and the services that we provide to 36,000 accounts to others that we did not account with the city of Torrance?
At this point, no, we have two separate, different areas. One is served by the California Water Service Company, and one is served by Torrance. And there are no current plans to provide water service. We do cooperate with them a lot, and we work with them very closely on coordination. But we do provide a little bit of wholesale water to them. Actually, we do wholesale about 700 or 800 acre feet per year for their system in an area where they don't have sufficient supply.
Thank you, sir. I think that the question was there's no benefit of us going to that. That's very expensive, I think.
Yes, I would. There are no current plans that I'm aware of that we are looking at to provide water service to that area.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Just want to make sure we're clear. We're talking about sewer water discharge. We're not talking about fresh water in this item here. Correct?
Yes, and we do provide sewer service, sewer collection, and service to the entire city of Torrance.
Right. So, yeah, so this is not the fresh water that I know we have Cal water and Torrance water. This is just sewer discharge water.
It's the collection and the distribution, right?
It's the collection of sewer water that we send to further treatment by LA County.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sewer water treatment centers. Exactly. I think there's one in Carson, actually, I think.
Yes, it is. It's it.
Any other questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public.
This is Porchop again. Believe it or not, I like this one, even though I'm a cheapskate, as all you know, and I'm against every increase in anything, you know what I mean? But in this case, I'm for it because when I came to America, the one thing struck me positively first, when you get off the airplane and go to the restrooms, and everywhere in America, even in New York City, sanitation was excellent. Nothing like sanitation in America, and we have to keep this up, because when the poop water backs up, and remember, the water takes away your poop, and if that backs up, and, you know, ask any plumber, you know? So that's when they charge you the big bucks, because nobody want to go into the poopy water. So I don't mind these increases. They sound pretty reasonable. You know what I mean? If I have to pay $8, I pay $8. Just take
All right, Mr. Cheapskate, your time is up. Okay. Any other questions from the public?
James Henry, I was wondering, what is the cost of mailing out the petition forms, since you have to abide by Proposition 218? How much would it cost the city to process this whole thing?
Rough numbers, we have a mailing service and the postage, it's around $20,000 or so.
And I can request copies of those as a public records request, right? City Attorney?
A member of the public can submit a public records request for any document or information they believe exists, and the city would respond accordingly if it does exist. But something like a protest ballot would be public record, and any expense we incur would be something that we could provide in response to a public records request.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looks like we have one more.
Hi, y'all. I was listening at home since you guys started, and I had to come out anyway. So anyways, really quickly, I'm for any increases to Public Works because it's important. But I also want to say, I live on a street, it's a cul-de-sac, and the way it's all parked is, the way the street sweeping and everything, the signs don't cover the drain, and it's bogged up with all sorts of trash, and the street sweepers can't get around because people are parking there, and it's all very screwy. And the street, and it's going to start raining again, it's all cracked. It's horrible. And if you guys get any extra money, I'd appreciate maybe helping us out where I live. And I'll give you my address if you want it. Not here. Not out loud.
You can always send us an email.
And Mayor, if I could clarify,
Sure.
I think what the lady is referring to would be our storm drain system, which is separate from the sewer system. But nevertheless, the issues that she brings up is something that we can work on to resolve.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the public? If not, we'll come Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to clarify, we're not making a decision tonight. We're just setting a date for a hearing where the public can come and ask those questions. But that's actually great information that we should provide, is exact cost as to how much the compliance is with this AB, what was it, 218?
Proposition 218, yes.
Whatever it was. Getting kind of late. Now, that ballot, and I've seen those come in before in the past, years ago. And because it's not, is that something that every increase we get to vote on, and it's what, 50%, something like that?
That's correct. It's all by a Proposition 218, and it's technically not a ballot, it's a protest form.
A protest form, yeah. So if you protest, you just fill it out. And that cannot be part of the bill. It has to be a separate mailer.
It has to be separate mailer, yes. There's very stringent regulations on how we conduct the 218 notification.
Okay. And that's paid out of the operating budget of this particular division.
Yes, and we paid out their operating budget. That's correct.
Very good. Thank you.
If there are no more questions, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Public Works Director.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Right. Thank you. There are no public hearings, there are no agency agendas, and there are no second reading of ordinances. And at this moment, we are going to go back to a closed session, and we'll come back for oral communications too, and close out the council meeting. Thank you. We're back from our closed sessions, and now we are going to go into the oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda under the Ralph M. Brown Act. City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communication number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cell phones when you come to the podium, and if you're presenting something, please present 10 copies. Do we have anyone from the public?
James Henry. Once again, I would like to lobby the city manager, the city attorney, and the mayor for the public to have 3 minutes for discussion during public hearings. 2 minutes is not enough. It used to be 3 minutes.
Do we have anyone else?
I'm the only one left. Hi. I was watching at home, like I told you before, and I wanted to compliment all of you guys for sticking together on the vote to disband from that, I can't remember what the hell the organization was.
Cal Cities.
There. So I'm glad you guys did it. These guys were just giving you lip service. Number 1. Number 2, I just wanted to say thank you. You guys are doing a great job, and that's pretty much it. Other than with the local control, they're letting everybody and anybody over the border. And then what they want to do is make us have more housing so that they can fit these people in. And it's like, it's not right. And I'm really pissed off because, like, you're seeing these vendors on the street.
Thank you. Your time is up. That's okay. You can come back in 2 weeks. Now we'll come back to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to call this, this one's for Carol Gillis. The Torrance Theater Company wants to thank all of you who have seen our first performance of the 2022 and 2023 season, Paragon Springs. There are 2 more weekends to see this show at 1316 Cabrillo Avenue in downtown Torrance. So please go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com and get your tickets today. I've got a couple of things as well. I just want to mention that for my Persian, Iranian families and friends that not only work at the city but are in our community and around the world, your families are in my thoughts and prayers during the civil unrest that's going on in Iran right now. It's really bad. So just keep those people in your thoughts. And then on a great note, there's 11 more weekends till Christmas. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Wow, the stress and the pressure of Christmas. I actually have 2 things. One of those things is I definitely wanted to commend a couple of members from our police department. On October the 6th, there was some graffiti that was located in the area of Western and Plaza del Amo, and it would have been very disturbing for our younger students and our children to see. Whatever the vandalism that was there. And it was at a time where our graffiti team would have had an extended delay. And watched Commander Lieutenant Daniel Moreno, Sergeant James Walker, Sergeant Alex Martinez, Field Training Officer Jesus Garcia, and Officer Zachary Sledge took it upon themselves to use their personal funds to go to Lowe's, buy painting and paint to cover that up So by the time the morning came around, children or people in that area would not have had to wake up to that. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation to those officers for going above and beyond for doing that. Graffiti removal is not in their job description, but they cared enough about our communities to make sure that no one had to be subjected to that, and I thank them for that. So if you would extend that to those officers, I would appreciate that, Chief Hart. Second of all, I wanted to thank the Torrance Fire Department and Torrance Firefighter Association President Ryan Manderville. I called him at the last minute and said, hey, I know Torrance Fire has been a very long supporter of wearing pink for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and he arranged for Councilwoman Kaylani, Ms. Poirier, and myself to wear the Torrance Fire Department t-shirts, and I just wanted to express my appreciation to the Torrance Fire Department for their longstanding commitment for breast cancer awareness and for letting us don some of their gear tonight. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank our police department. They've been doing a lot of work out there, and I know there's a lot of a lot of comments that fly around in the city that we're not doing this, we're not doing that. Why aren't you doing this? And every day, you learn something new while we sit up here. Is that there's a lot more obstacles out there that the public, may not see. And I just want to, thank you for your leadership, and thank your officers that are out there working every day, 24 hours a day. It's a 24-hour operation, right? You guys don't ever quit, and just want to reassure the public that you guys are doing what you can with what you have. I know we're shorthanded in the police department as well, and but the reality is that there's a lot of legislation at the Sacramento level, Washington level, to where it does put many restrictions and limitations as to what we can do and how we can do it. So I commend you guys for really trying to do your best with what you got, and that's I do want to mention. Next meeting is at October 25th. If you guys are okay with it, I'd like for us to possibly dress up and make it a little bit more fun. I know there's a lot of serious things that we talk about here, but I thought maybe both ourselves and staff, if staff is okay with it as well, is maybe obviously no masks or anything, but put a little color in our lives and a little bit of fun. If you guys are okay with it, I like for us to dress up. I know what I'm dressing up as, if you guys are okay with it. And well, I think a few, maybe Rebecca knows what I'm going to dress up as. Oh yeah. Cowboy. Yeah, why not? I got to wear my black hat.
You got to wear the black hat.
Yeah. But if you guys are okay with that, I'd like to, make it a little fun, and we still make those decisions based on being serious up here, but we can still dress up.
So are we doing a Western theme? Is that the?
I'd prefer a Western theme, but I don't want to put that pressure on you guys. No, you guys, I mean, I'm okay with whatever you guys are gonna do. I like the Western theme idea just because I got it already. Makes my life easier.
Maybe for this first time out, we just keep it flexible, and
yeah.
But at least we have the option to do something. If you don't want to, you're okay too. It's almost like
you want to wear your
it's like
suit and
masks
tie,
are
that's
optional.
Yeah, no. I just thought it might be fun, and also have staff get in on the fun. It shouldn't be just us having fun up here. I don't know if that requires concurrence or whatever, but whatever. Is that a motion? Yeah, that's a motion.
I think we don't need concurrence. I think at least you're letting the public know we're still taking this the people's business seriously, even though we may dress down a little bit next time around. I think that's.
Yeah. Halloween's around the corner.
Sounds
If you want to
good.
bring some candy, I'm open for that too. I like Snickers bars. Trick or treating, come on, trick or treating here at City Hall. Anyways, that's all I have. Good night, everyone, and thank you, everybody, for your hard work.
Thank you, Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Now it's October the 12th. 3 months ago, on July the 12th, I took oath here. It's been 3 months now, and I think I want to thank staff, each and every single person here. They helped me quite a bit. I'm still learning. It's a long learning curve. Thank you for your support. Thank you for our police department. We got so many requests about the homelessness, so many things. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for every single person of our city staff. I think 3 months ago, I had no clue how the city's being run, but thank you for keeping me up to speed and helping me understand how hard that job is. It's not easy, but you guys make it fun, and thank you for your support. And also, I wanted to say that we all are united here to curb homelessness. We're working together every single day. So be patient, be compassionate. We will be successful since we are united. And another important item I wanted to say is that I want to happy birthday to our city manager, Mr. Chaparian. Chaparian, happy birthday. You just had your birthday. Happy birthday. Should we sing a song? Happy birthday song? No. Okay. You got them already? Okay. I owe you cake. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So you got 3 months. Maybe we'll consider if you should get a raise sometime.
That's right.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we're giving thanks here tonight, and it's a little early for Thanksgiving, but the heck. I want to thank each and every one of my colleagues tonight. You really made me proud to make that vote against the league and against their position that they failed to take in supporting cities' right to local control. I think it sends a strong message, not just to the league, but I think it will send a message that will resonate throughout the state. And I'm going to do my part with my group, California Cities for Local Control, to let them, all the other elected officials in the state of California, know the leadership that we've taken here tonight as the first city to make this step. And I think we won't be the last. And I'm really, really proud of all of you guys uniting, even though there was some question and doubt. I'm really impressed with you all coming together on this really important issue. So I wanted to thank you all for that. I do have one item that I wanted to ask for concurrence. Next time I'll get my act together and I'll do it ahead of time where we do it at the beginning of the meeting. But a couple weeks ago when we made the appointment of Councilwoman Lewis, we were moments away from going to a special election. And at the cost of elections, I'm scared that potential could happen again. And I want to make sure we have options. And so what I'm asking for is concurrence for us to have staff bring forward an item to allow us the consideration of a city-run mail-in election only for special elections, if we ever have to have a special election. And just to discuss the pros and cons of it, the costs of it, and whether or not we would support that as an option to a county-run special election to save us the considerable amount of money that would have cost if we had gone the traditional method. So hopefully I can get concurrence for that. Appreciate it. Thank you all very much, and have a good couple of weeks. See you in 2.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. On September 29th, a meeting was held at McMaster Park, organized by Public Works, and Caltrans was invited to talk about the work on the San Diego Freeway. So for both myself and Councilmember Shake, we were there. The meeting was sort of frenetic and at times disorganized, but I think it gave all the residents an opportunity to weigh in and also hear about what the progress and what the timeline will be on the 405 freeway. So I think we achieved that goal. And also, I wanted to thank Public Works for organizing the event, doing the mail out to the residents. I let's see, for myself too, unfortunately, I will miss the next meeting. A few days from now, I'll be jumping on a plane and flying to Tokyo, Japan, where I haven't been for over 3 years. So I'll be taking a little time off. It won't be, I may engage in some work, but trust me, very little. So I'll return after Halloween. So unfortunately, I'll miss the costume party here in the council, but it'll all be recorded, and I'll view it from the other side of the pond. Thank you, everyone.
Actually, you will be here. We'll just call you Casper.
He's dressed up as the invisible. Dressed up as the invisible man.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation, interest, and stay informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. I'd also like to commend our entire city staff for diligently working each and every day. We've come up a couple of notches on the state auditor's rating, and we're going to continue that trend. What we all need to remember is, if the slope is moving upwards, we're moving in the right direction. So thank you, everyone, for doing your part, because it takes all of us, the entire Team Torrance, to move us forward in the positive direction. Thank you all for joining us tonight. I appreciate my colleagues here. I know this is a late night, but just want you all to know that we're here to make sure that we are a premier city, not only in the county, but state, and maybe even nationally. We have high goals, and I appreciate every one of you here. Sometimes we have a little fun and we have glitches, but we take it and we just keep on pressing forward. We are now moving on to item 15 for adjournment. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Start voting, please. That motion carries with Councilmember Shake voting no.
Councilman Shake, you could stay tonight. It's 12:52. Good night.